Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with John Flaherty and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees took another series. They win 2 out of 3 from the Twins, although a tough loss yesterday with Mariano Rivera giving up a grand slam to blow the save and end up losing the game. But the Yankees now turn their eyes toward the Red Sox. Red Sox coming to town, and what a difference a year makes. After 6 games last year, Yankees hadn't won a game. Now, after 6 games, the Yankees are 4-2 against the Red Sox. Kenny, what's the difference?
Well, the major difference is last year the Yankees actually went on to lose the first 8 games of the series and then rallied to win 9 out of 10. I think it's a carryover from last year. The Yankees feeling more confident against the Red Sox. Certainly they did more than they did at the beginning of last year. Now,
one of the big keys is pitching. Yankees have been getting great pitching, which leads us to the pitching matchup tonight. Daisuke Matsuzaka goes for the Red Sox, 2-1, 6.35. Phil Hughes for the Yankees, 5-0, 1.38 ERA. And John, Phil Hughes has just been outstanding.
Yeah, and that ERA, the best in the American League, 5-0. And how has he done it? Well, it's been a little bit of everything. A good curveball, covering down in the strike zone. Doesn't throw it as much as he did in the past, but the story of the year has been the fastball. Right down the middle, attacking hitters. He can also elevate, changing eye levels, a little bit up, a little bit down. That's a 5-0 start for Phil Hughes.
Well, we've met the pitchers. Obviously, we've got to look at the hitters. Mark Teixeira and David Ortiz both struggled in April. Now picking it up in May. April showers bring May flowers, and also brings us segment 2 next.
Flaherty, Michael Kay will rejoin us in just a moment. We're going to talk about some big hitters, big-time hitters for both of these ball clubs who've been struggling in the month of April and are starting to come on in the month of May. Let's start with Mark Teixeira, and we've also going to talk a little bit about Big Papi, David Ortiz. But Tex has really come on lately.
Yeah, Mark Teixeira is really swinging the bat a whole lot better. You know, early on he was getting some pitches to hit, kind of working underneath. But the thing with Mark Teixeira, you knew he was going to get going. I think David Ortiz, there was a lot of concern up in Boston. He had a tough start to the season. He's picking it up in May, starting to hit some home runs, and most importantly, Kenny, taking care of the fastball a little bit better than he did early on.
With Teixeira, this seems to be a yearly thing that April isn't kind to him, but Big Papi has usually gotten off the big starts, and a lot of concern in Boston about him.
Yeah, but it looks like he's back now. He's made a little bit of an adjustment. I mentioned if you can take care of the fastball, the year is going to get better because pitchers have been coming right at him, right down the middle with the fastball.
Well, both these guys lately have been swinging a big bat. Both these pitchers tonight, Phil Hughes and Daisuke Matsuzaka, is going to have to deal with 2 big hitters in these lineups. We got lineups first pitch baseball coming up next right here on Yes.
By your Tri-State Volkswagen dealers. Visit tristatevw.com. By Panasonic Viera. With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV? And by Avis, the official rental car company of the New York Yankees. A little bit of an overcast evening here at the stadium. It was a beautiful day in New York City. But let's take a look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. 69 degrees, humidity is 22%, wind 9 miles per hour. The forecast is cloudy, possible showers, which is better than the forecast for tomorrow. Let's hope that the weather people are wrong about that. We're going to get in the game tonight. Big crowd on hand here at the ballpark in the Bronx, and the Yankees take the field. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball. Yes, the new ballpark looks great in its second year in existence. That ball's going to be picked up momentarily by Phil Hughes. There he is. And let's take a look now at the Red Sox starting lineup that he's going to face. And it is presented by our good friends at Lexus. Red Sox come in at 19-19, and they lead off their shortstop, Marco Scudero. Dustin Pedroia at second base will bat second. Batting third and playing right field, J.D. Drew. Kevin Youkilis, the first baseman, cleans up. Batting fifth and catching 0 for his last 17, Victor Martinez. David Ortiz, the DH, will bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing third base, Adrian Beltre. Jeremy Hermida, the left fielder, will bat eighth. And batting ninth and playing center field is Darnell McDonald.
Right there in the middle of your picture is tonight's starting pitcher for the New York Yankees. That is going to be 23-year-old right-hander Phil Hughes. And Hughes, I don't think the numbers can get much better than this. 5-0, 1.38. Opponent's batting just 165 against him. Those are minuscule numbers, except for the record, of course, 5-0. That is just fantastic. Let's check out the scout report on Phil Hughes for this evening. And right-handed batters, he's very effective against them. They're hitting just 121 against him. When he was in high school, he started out as a third baseman, occasionally played first base. His sophomore year, he began to pitch, and then the scouts began to follow him. His next year, junior year in high school at Foothill High School, he threw a perfect game. And then his pitching legend grew from there. And Hideki Matsui is the only batter this year, former Yankee. They hit a home run off him. That came out on the West Coast.
Well, let's take a look at the defense behind Phil Hughes, and it's brought to you by Mercedes. Wynn, Gardner, and Timms left, right in the outfield. Nick Swisher out again with that bicep problem. In the infield, Pena's at third, Alex Rodriguez the DH tonight. Jeter at short, Cano at second, Teixeira at first. Cervelli behind the plate. Sore foot for Jorge Posada, and Phil Hughes is on the mound. Well, Marco Scudero digs in. Red Sox shortstop, and their leadoff batter has been hot of late. And Phil Hughes is ready as well. So let's do it here in the Bronx. Yankees against the Red Sox, and Hughes delivers. It's a little bit high, and we are underway. Home plate umpire is Mark Carlson.
Well, Phil Hughes has gotten off to such a great start. There was questions when he went up to Fenway Park. How would he handle that hostile environment? Did just fine. 7 innings, 2 earned runs.
That was a ball game back on May the 7th that the Yankees won 10-3. He also had 7 strikeouts in those 7 innings. And he averages a strikeout per inning.
The 2-0. There's a strike. Count 2-1. Red Sox this year have played 13 games against teams with a .600 or higher winning percentage. And they're 3-10 in those games. So they've struggled against better teams. They're injury riddled. And they're also not playing that great. The 2-1 is grounded foul.
Yeah, you're talking about the Red Sox, and their schedule of late is pretty difficult. They just got through with the Tigers. They dropped 2 out of 3 in Detroit. Of course, the Yankees had their problems in Detroit as well. Then they play the Yankees, and the Twins, then the Phillies, and then the Rays. So this is a stretch that might say a lot about the Boston Red Sox season.
The 2-2. Nubbed in front of the plate. Grabbed there by Cervelli. Gets an angle, and there's one away. We're seeing some great shots from the sky. There's a shot of the greatest city in the world, and aerial coverage provided by DirecTV. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Central Park, the whole deal. Is there a better city in the world?
Oh, goodness, isn't that beautiful?
It's gorgeous. That says it all. The island of Manhattan. Here's Dustin Pedroia. He was 1 for 8 against Detroit in the last series that the Red Sox played. Red Sox lost 2 out of 3 to the Tigers, and the Yankees lost 3 out of 4 to the Tigers. So what looked like it could be a tough week for Detroit, they actually proved they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, but Troy actually got yesterday off. And that's why he had the 8 at-bats, played the first 2 games. I think they ran into the same thing the Yankees ran into in Detroit, Michael. The Detroit Tiger bullpen just kind of shut them down.
Drill deep to left and foul. You know who else they ran into, Kenny? Brennan Bosch.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
That kid keeps hitting.
Yeah, they were raving about him on the field today. Big, tall, left-handed hitter. Well, you talk to the Red Sox people, David Ortiz feeling a little better about himself. And they admit it has been a struggle. The pitching has not been great. They feel good about the pieces they have in place, and it's got to start playing a little bit better. And Pedroia has had a tough time with Phil Hughes.
Swing and a miss. Pedroia down on strikes.
Been the story of Phil Hughes this whole year. He's really proud of his fastball coming at hitters, attacking. That pitch is located perfectly down and away. Standing on the mound with a lot more confidence after his time in the bullpen last year.
I think that was a situation where Pedroia pulled that ball foul. That worked against him on that next pitch.
Here's J.D. Drew, and there's a strike. .5% of swings have resulted in either fouls or misses. That's the highest percentage in baseball. So he's throwing nasty stuff up there. There's a breaking ball for a strike.
Drew's been hot lately, but right now he's in a hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Look, breaking ball right over the outside corner.
And the 0-2. They actually did a little flip-flop in the lineup. Victor Martinez usually bats third, but he's struggling so much, 0 for his last 17, that they moved J.D. Drew up to the number 3 spot. And Victor's batting in the number 5 hole.
When we first saw J.D. Drew early last month, he was really struggling big time, but he's gotten hot. He had an 8-game hitting streak broken yesterday.
11 for his last 31.
Ouch.
Shattered bat.
That was kind of an emergency swing.
We saw that combination in the open. Some curveballs down and then some fastballs that are elevated. And watching Cervelli catch Phil Hughes early on in this ballgame, it looks like they like this fastball up and in. We'll set up some breaking balls later on in the ballgame.
You ever take a swing like that, Clay?
Oh, plenty of them.
1-2. Spoils that one. Only 6 at-bats for Drew against Hughes, but 4 hits in those 6 at-bats.
One thing I like about Hughes in the early going, we've only seen, what is the 3rd hitter? He's hitting his spots. Right here in the 1st inning, everything is going to about where Cervelli has the glove.
Just missed outside. .5-0, 1.38. And the 2-2. Cervelli was letting that roll, hoping that it would kick back fair. It didn't.
It was a changeup, and we have not seen a lot of changeups from Phil Hughes. We heard a lot about it in spring training, but really the way his fastball has been at the beginning of the year, he has not needed it. You talk, Kenny, about hitting your spots. Perfect changeup, and watch the movement down and away.
Another emergency swing from J.D. Drew.
The 2-2. Grounded foul again. Take a look at the umps tonight. Mark Carlson is behind the plate. Angel Campos at first. Jeff Nelson is at second. And Larry Vanover over at third. 2-2. Drew making Hughes work.
Drew's seen just about everything. So I'm asking you, Flash, where do you finally go? Try and put him away.
Well, I'm interested to see who wins this battle because J.D. Drew has gotten Phil Hughes' best stuff in his best location. He's not made a mistake the hole at bat. So good job by Drew to get to this point. I would go with another changeup, and it looks Cervelli wanted the change, didn't get it. Fastball in.
2-2. So Hughes will win that battle. A fly ball to Gardner. A 10-pitch at bat. And a 19-pitch inning. But the Red Sox go down 1-2-3. Red Sox nothing in the new. Sox as he prepares for his start. So let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup that he's going to face, and it's presented by Lexus. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, leads off. Batting second and playing center field, Brett Gardner. Mark Teixeira is at first base. He'll hit third. Cleaning up and DHing today, Alex Rodriguez. Robinson Cano at second will bat fifth. Batting sixth and catching, Francisco Cervelli. Marcus Timms in right field will bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing left field, Randy Wynn. And Ramiro Pena, the third baseman, will bat ninth.
29-year-old Daisuke Matsuzaka on the mound for the Boston Red Sox in the first game of this two-game series. There are his numbers. He's only made 3 starts. He was battling injury, coming back from injury in spring training. He only threw 6 innings during spring training and was left down in Florida, now back, and we'll check out the scouting report. 2007, he set a Red Sox rookie strikeout record with 201 strikeouts. They've had 2 World Baseball Classics. He's been the MVP both times, as Japan has won both times. In 2009, because of those injuries, he went on the DL twice. He made just 12 starts for the Red Sox. 3-3 in his career against the Yankees.
Derek Jeter will lead off. And the first pitch is lined in the left center field for a base hit. Jeter makes a big turn at first. He'll stop right there. So a leadoff single by the Yankee captain. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense behind Matsuzaka, and it's brought to you by Mercedes. Hermida, McDonald, Drew, left to right. That's the outfield. Infield, Beltre, Scudero, Pedroia, Euclid, third to first. Pedroia's been perfect in his last 95 games at second. Victor Martinez, you can run on him. He's behind the plate. Matsuzaka is on the mound.
Matsuzaka coming off a strong outing his last time out, 7 innings, striking out 9. Only gave up 3 hits in that ball game. So he's throwing his fastball a lot more often this year, challenging hitters. We'll pay attention to that as this game goes on.
Supposedly he's picked up the pace too. He was painfully slow worker. But this year they said he stopped nibbling, as you said, using his fastball more. He's actually averaged the longest games in the major leagues.
Whenever you'd watch him pitch, he would never give in to a hitter, never challenge a fastball and a fastball count, a lot of off speed.
There's a strike, count 1-1.
Kevin Long, the hitting instructor, actually saying that game against the Blue Jays, throwing some fastballs by people, a little bit of life at the end. So a different Matsuzaka than we're used to seeing.
John Farrell, their pitching coach.
Now, Michael, you were talking about Martinez not throwing out many runners. That's the case for both Boston catchers. He and Jason Varitek. Red Sox they've allowed plenty of steals this year. In fact, Martinez has only caught 4 runners. 37 have been successful.
Well, he doesn't have a reputation as being a good thrower, but some of that has to be the pitching staff as well.
Well, Theo Epstein had told me that he had gotten into some bad habits, as had Varitek, and they've been working a lot with the coaches and Gary Tuck, their bullpen coach and catching instructor, and they've gotten better and they've gotten their mechanics down, but also the pitchers have to hold on the runners.
Yeah, it's a total package, and there's nobody better in baseball. I mean, Tony Pena does a great job with the Yankee catchers. Gary Tuck has a great reputation of being a great catching instructor. You have to have a chance back there.
Line drive, base hit. Drew fields the ball. Jeter will stop at second. So leadoff singles by Jeter and Gardner have set the Yankees up with Teixeira coming up to the plate.
Well, I was talking to Joe Girardi before the game around the batting cage, watching Brett Gardner hit, and we both agreed that he has really improved his hitting, coming in hitting .317, but it's almost as if, they try and get in on him, and he's quick enough to pull the ball. We saw him hit a home run earlier in this homestand, but also he fights balls off the left. A very dangerous hitter. He can also bunt. So he's starting to learn how to hit major league pitching.
Here's Teixeira. Pitch inside. Mark Teixeira 6 for his last 16, 8 for his last 19, average up to 224. Has 29 runs batted in. So his tough May is starting to get erased just a bit by his tough April getting erased by a hot May. Count 2-0.
Michael, when you and I were doing the games in Detroit, we pointed out the fact that even though Teixeira's overall average is down, hitting with runners in scoring position has been one of his strengths this year. That's why he has as many as 29 runs batted in.
Ooh, man. 2-1.
Yeah. Paying attention to that pitch, though. We talked about Matsuzaka attacking hitters, a 2-0 count, a fastball count. He comes right at Mark Teixeira. Good swing.
That's the kind you don't get back.
For the last couple of years, we never would have saw a fastball right down the middle for Matsuzaka. Would have been some sort of a changeup or a slider.
You're hoping he throws another one if you're hitting.
Pitch outside.
This could be it.
Yeah, this is a count. In the past, you would see some sort of off-speed pitch. Alex Rodriguez on deck.
(3-1). Count now full at 3-2.
I'm impressed. Kevin Long said he was throwing more fastballs, and it looks like he is. Although he gave up a few hits already, he's still coming at the Yankee hitters. Mark Teixeira, this at bat.
The Yankees had plenty of speed on the bases, but they weren't going. Let's see what happens on this 3-2 pitch here.
They stay. Pitch fouled away. Now, John mentioned earlier how much time in the past Matsuzaka took between pitches and also threw a lot of pitches because he wouldn't give in. The average time of 9-inning games that he started in his career is 3 hours and 11 minutes, and that's the longest for any major league pitcher since he came to the majors in 2007. Very deliberate. And he walks Teixeira, and he turns his back on home plate as if to say he didn't agree with the call.
Take a look at 3-2 count. It looked like a little cutter, and it's clearly down. He's disappointed with his effort there in the 3-2 pitch.
Well, he's painted himself into a corner here in the bottom of the first inning.
Jeter's at third, Gardner's at second, Teixeira is at first, and at the plate is Alex Rodriguez. And a strike on the inside corner. Alex 4 hits in his last 11 at-bats. And he has struggled against Matsuzaka, though, 1 for 16. A-Rod, 13 for 34 this year with runners in scoring position, and that's 382. And that's why, despite his low home run total, just 4, he has 27 ribbies. Missed outside, 2-1.
3 fastballs, and all 3 of them were supposed to be inside. So clearly Matsuzaka and Martinez trying to make Alex aware of the inside part of the plate.
The Yankees are giving the crowd a chance to get into this game early. Pump up the stadium.
Count 2-2.
4 in a row. Good sinker in on the hands of Alex Rodriguez. Had to swing over the top. Obviously the game plan so far to make him aware of the inside part of the plate.
See him bring the hands in, trying to get on top of that ball.
Foul boy.
Kenny, at some point you got to be thinking they got to throw me a pitch out over the plate, right? I mean, it's 5 in a row in on his hands.
Well, either that or he won't locate one where he wants to get it.
Yeah.
And that's the one you got to pounce on. Anytime a pitcher comes to the middle of the plate, it's up to the hitter to really put a good pass on and put some good wood on it.
A lot of times you hear pitchers say, you know, I don't want to throw 3 pitches in a row to the same spot, same speed. We've seen 5 in a row inside. Looks like they're finally going to go away.
2-2. They fouled the bat. Well, Alex came up with the bases loaded against the Twins on Friday night, and this grand slam won the game for the Yankees.
That one was right down the middle, and that's what happens.
"19 grand slams for Rodriguez, tied with Eddie Murray for third on the all-time list. Gehrig and Manny Ramirez, first and second. Girardi's team took 2 out of 3 against the Twins. Take another series. They've only lost 2 all year, 1 to the Angels and 1 to the Tigers. Both on the road. The 2-2. Line drive, a base hit to right center field. Jeter scores. Here comes Gardner. He'll score. Moving to third, Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez, a 2-run single, and the Yankees lead 2-0. Let's take a look at the way they attacked Alex Rodriguez. The pitch-by-pitch brought to you by Suzuki Kizashi.
Well, as Flash told you, he tried to keep the ball in. There's a strike over the inside corner. Misses with that one. Once again, a sinker down low, 2-1. Swings over the top, 2-2. Fouled off. Count remains 2-2. Oh, that was a good pitch to hit. Foul ball. This time he gets it towards the middle of the plate. Finally makes that mistake. Can't get it where he wants to. And pays the price with a 2-run single. That's why if pitchers could always throw the ball where they want to, there'd be a bunch of 200 hitters winning batting times. Now there's one right down the middle here. A-Rod's not going to miss that one. Gets 2 RBIs and moves Teixeira all the way to third. The Yankees jump out in front, and the crowd is pumped up.
John Farrell takes a trip to the mound, talk things over with Matsuzaka. No one warming it in the Red Sox bullpen. A-Rod now has RBIs in 10 of the 15 games that he's played in the month of May. And he now has 29 runs batted in, tying him with Teixeira for the team lead. Here's Robinson Cano with the .326 average. A little bit of a slump, 3 for his last 21. First and third, still nobody out. Driven out toward left field, deep. Going back, Hermida, still back, track, wall, leaps, he can't make the play. Ball bounces back into left field. Scoring is Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez can only move to second. He had a holdup. It's a long RBI single for Cano. It's 3-0 Yanks.
Well, what happened with A-Rod, he was thinking that Hermida was going to catch the ball. He was going to tag up and go to second base, which I think at this point was a mistake. This ball's well hit, and it looked like Hermida was going to have a tough chance just making the play, and he does not. A-Rod should have gotten at least to third base, I believe, and maybe scored on this play. Hermida misses it. It was maybe a good idea to tag up, but I really believe with the Yankees already scoring 2 runs, he should have gone at least halfway. Hermida does not make the play, and the Yankees he goes back to tag, and now he can only advance 90 feet. He was lucky Cano didn't pass him.
If Cano passes him, he's out.
Yeah.
Like Hermida jumped a little bit too soon. He had a little extra room actually to get to the wall. And it looked like Alex was standing at second base, kind of patting his chest, saying, my bad with that base running mistake.
Here's Cervelli, still nobody out. And the 1-0. 2-0.
Matsuzaka, as Michael said, had made 3 starts. His first start of the season came against Baltimore, and he was awful. Here's how close that Cano actually came to passing Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod's thinking about tagging, and Cano's going to have to turn around, go back to first base with a single, a long single.
The 2-0. There's a strike. Cano knew all the time where A-Rod was.
Yeah.
If he'd been running with his head down, he would have passed him. But he was running with his head up, and he knew where A-Rod was standing.
It's not like that hasn't happened before, where runners actually pass each other.
Cervelli 10 for his last 13 with runners in scoring position. And now that number just goes up. He rips that into right center field. Alex Rodriguez will score. Ball is bobbled by McDonald. Here comes Cano. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's out. And moving to third is Cervelli. So the Yankees lead 4-0, and the Red Sox finally record an out. So Cervelli now 11 for his last 14 with runners in scoring position.
We'll take another look at the swing. It's out over the plate, and just like Alex Rodriguez, he drives it to right field. And a good relay throw here from Pedroia. Strong, right on the money. Just able to get Robinson Cano. Nice block of the plate by Victor Martinez. See him catch, step that left leg out, block the plate, take it away from Robinson Cano. Good relay, good tag.
Cervelli now 6 for his last 6 hitting with runners in scoring position. And the Red Sox bring the infield in for Timms.
I'll tell you what, it looks like Victor Martinez maybe learned something from Jason Varitek on how to block the plate. Does a great job throwing his left leg out there, riding Robinson Cano off of home plate, applying the tag.
That should get a run in. High fly ball. Darnell McDonald makes the call and the catch. Tagging is Cervelli. He'll score easily. A sac fly for Timms. And the Yankees lead 5-0.
We talked about Matsuzaka throwing his fastball more. He might want to think about another game plan tonight. I mean, he's just coming right at the Yankees, and they're putting good swings on that fastball.
Tim Wakefield demoted out of the starting rotation to make room for Matsuzaka. When he came off the DL, is warming up, and he might have to go some innings for the Red Sox. Here's Randy Wynn. There's a strike. The 0-1. 1-1. Little offshoot of Alex Rodriguez deciding to tag at first. If he had gone to third and Cano had been at second, if you believe in the fallacy of the predetermined outcome, both of them score easily on Cervelli's hit. 1-2. Every Yankee hitter that has come to the plate this inning has scored or driven in a run. So the Yankees have jumped on Daisuke Matsuzaka, and they've given Phil Hughes, one of the best pitchers in the game early this year, a 5-0 lead. Count 2-2.
Yeah, we're starting to see plan B now. A couple of change-ups and then a slider to Randy Wynn. Phil Hughes has got to be loving what he's seen. 5 runs to work with.
Two. Swing and a miss. And Wynn down on strikes. But the Yankees score 5 runs on 5 hits. No one. Phil Hughes, who was dominant in that first inning, retiring the Red Sox in order 1-2-3 on 19 pitches. Here's Kevin Youkilis, and there's a strike. 5-0, so that's great for a starting pitcher to know, I'm just going to attack the zone, although that's the way he pitches all the time. That's why he's been successful so far this year.
It's body language. It's the way he pounds the strike zone. And if you're a hitter, Youkilis right there, you're behind on the fastball. And Kenny, you step in that box and you feel like this pitcher's all over me already.
And you haven't seen everything he's got yet. It's 0-2.
The 0-2 upstairs.
You know, Wade Boggs always used to talk about this. When a pitcher's standing out there and kind of working quick and dictating the action, you feel like you're behind in the count when you step up to the plate. And it also works the other way. When a pitcher's struggling, you kind of go for the kill.
The 2-2. Punches it the other way for a base hit. Youkilis with a leadoff single. It's time for the Toyota Text Poll. Now tonight's question is, Is the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry the best in sports? Text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rate supply, and the choices are simple. Is it yes or no? Yes or no? We'll go with Celtics, Lakers, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Cubs and the Cardinals, Duke and North Carolina in basketball. Here's Victor Martinez. Fouled away. Michigan, Ohio State. Martinez 0 for his last 17, hitting .226. When the Red Sox got Victor Martinez in that deal with the Indians, I feel that they thought that that was their answer to the Yankees getting Mark Teixeira. But Mark Teixeira was a perfect fit, would have been a perfect fit for the Red Sox as well. All of a sudden you get a catcher. The captain of your team happens to be the starting catcher. And the catcher that you get is not a great defensive catcher. Blocked there by Cervelli. And the interesting thing is, he's a free agent at the end of the year. And there's a chance that they might not even try to re-sign him because they need a better defensive catcher. They've already got Youkilis at first base. Now, they could sign Victor Martinez, making a DH if they don't bring back David Ortiz, but in the days of now, I don't think that they pay DHs that much anymore.
I don't think he would be happy just being a DH either after being an integral part of a ball game as a catcher. That'd be kind of difficult to be completely out of a ball game.
1-1. Looks like it's going to go to 0 for 18. Cano drifts back. Gardner comes all the way in to make the play.
Well, the bottom line is you can deal with a catcher if he's swinging the bat and he's not real good behind the plate, but Martinez going through a tough time, tough beginning of the year. If the Red Sox want to get back in this thing, he's going to have to be a big part of it, swinging the bat.
Yeah, he's been okay batting right-handed. He's hitting .389 against left-handers, but against right-handed pitching, the switch hitter, it's really struggled. Martinez hitting less than 165 now after making that out. And if you're going to be a switch hitter and have one side going bad, you better be the other side. Better be right-handed. You get him many more times lefty.
So here's David Ortiz, average now up to .224. Foul back. They are already writing his baseball obituary in Boston. At least they were in April. He ended April hitting .143. First 2 months of last year, he was dreadful. Had just one home run on June 1st. Finished up with 28.
I'll tell you what, it was how pitchers were getting him out. They were not playing any games, just fastballs right by him. You talk to some people around the Red Sox, they say he's just getting it going a little bit earlier. Gives him a little bit more time to read the fastball, and he's been much better with the fastball lately. You would think this should be a good matchup for Phil Hughes with that power fastball. We'll see how it works out.
Now, if you want to see how differently the Yankees think about him, there's no drastic shift anymore. Derek Jeter is actually on the shortstop side of second base. Now, Ramiro Pena's way off the line at third. They don't expect him to go that way, but in the past, you'd have that Martini Glass defense with Cano out in short right field and Jeter on the second base side of the bag, but not anymore.
Plus, the outfielders are about straight away. See, when you start cheating, though, to get to the fastball flash, that makes you susceptible to off-speed pitches. You get a lot of check swing strikes. The breaking ball in the dirt, you start at it because you're trying to be quick with the bat.
That's why he struck out twice in 5 straight games. That one gets away from Cervelli as Youkilis goes to second, and he pushes Jeter. The two of them got close last year during the WBC. They actually like each other quite a bit.
You see Cervelli setting up away. It's supposed to be a backdoor breaking ball. It ends up down and in, and Cervelli caught in between. But you can see the Yankees showing David Ortiz a lot more respect than they did at Fenway Park last week.
It's a wild pitch.
Already seen a changeup and a curveball to Ortiz in this at bat. We saw a lot of fastballs up at Fenway Park.
The 2-1 fouled away.
Ortiz actually hit 2 home runs in a game up Comerica Park in Detroit in the recent series. And one of them was out by those retired numbers, Michael.
Right.
Real long home run. It was the 34th time as a Red Sox he hit 2 home runs in a game And only 2 batters in Red Sox history have done it more, 2 home runs in a game. Jim Rice and Ted Williams.
Brand names.
Ted Williams 37 times and Rice 35.
2-2. High fly ball, left field. Randy Wynn drifts back. He'll make the play. 2 down.
That might have been trouble in Boston.
See when Youkilis moved to second on the wild pitch. Get out of the way. And they definitely got an appreciation for each other at the WBC, and so did Dustin Pedroia, where they were all teammates for a couple of weeks. Here's Adrian Beltre. He's done the job average-wise, but not power-wise, and hasn't done the job defensively the way they thought. He's supposed to be a Gold Glove caliber third baseman, but that hasn't been the case. I think he booted 5 early. He took a chance, signed a 1-year deal with the Red Sox. So he knows he has to produce this season. 1-1. Now, if you look, in 04, he had 48 home runs. Then a precipitous drop. 19, 25, 26, 25, and then 8.
At 48 came at the right time for him. It was his walk season. He left the Dodgers, went to Seattle, signed a big-time contract with the Mariners.
That is very strange to drop as much as he has, though. To be close to 50 and then never even get to 30 in the years after. So the count 1-2. Yankees up 5-0. Grounded and through for a base hit. Let's see if Youkilis scores. Coming up throwing is Timms. The play at the plate, not even close, as Youkilis slides in easily. An RBI single for Beltre, and the Red Sox are on the board at 5-1 Yanks.
Nice piece of hitting for Beltre. Saw a couple of cutters on the outside half. You see Cervelli setting up way off. He just gets a high fastball, stays inside, drives it to right field. You see Robinson Cano can't make the play. Marcus Timms comes up with a strong throw, keeps it low. A little cutter, it looked like, up the line.
That happens. You get a little cut from a long throw from the outfield when you a little off balance with the throw on the. You not quite have a good grip on the ball. You try and get rid of it a little too quickly.
The 0-1, fouled away. The 0-2 to Hermida is high, 1-2. Single to lead off the inning by Youkilis, moved to second on a wild pitch, and then scored with 2 outs on a single by Adrian Beltre. A 1-2. Foul back. Well, they're certainly getting used to get his pitch total up there. God bless you. As Youkilis just sneezed. 40 pitches so far for Hughes, and still 2 outs here in the second.
Both the hits by Youkilis and Beltre, fastballs out over the plate to right-handed hitters. you might look for an adjustment during the next at bats, trying to bear it in on their hands.
Grounded to first. Teixeira steps on the bag. That'll do it. But the Red Sox get a run back. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. 5-1 Yankees. You by Acela Express. Enjoy the journey. One more game against the Red Sox tomorrow night, weather permitting. Then Wednesday and Thursday at 7:05, the first place Rays coming to town. Then the Yankees go across the RFK Bridge, and they'll play 3 night games against the Mets. Monday's an off day, and then 3 games in Minnesota at the new Target Field. And the next weekend, the Indians come to town, and they'll also stay in for a Monday game, so 4 games against the Indians. Well, not too much left of the old ballpark right next door. And if you think about it, the predicted change wind currents have cut down on the home runs here at Yankee Stadium by a lot. Pena lofts one to left field. Coming on is Hermida. 1 away.
You talk about the wind currents. We saw Justin Morneau hit a ball yesterday into the Twins bullpen, the visiting bullpen, that really carried. And I talked to Randy Wynn about it, and he said he's noticed the balls to left center carrying a lot better. Saw Robinson Cano hit a ball the other way that carried well.
Well, there were 56 home runs hit over the first 15 games at Yankee Stadium last year. 27 by the Yanks, 29 by their opponents. This year, there are 37 homers in 15 games, 21 by the Yanks and 16 by the visitors. And there have been 3 games at the stadium this year in which neither team homered, compared to only 1 game all of last season.
Could it be better pitching?
Or the ballpark going down.
El Nino? They blame El Nino for all kinds of weather situations.
Let's give El Nino the credit or the blame. Under the red there and into the luxury suite is where Teixeira hit his home run against the Twins. When we were talking about this yesterday, Kenny, we were all debating what's more likely, a home run into the upper deck and right, or a home run into the seats over the restaurant and center.
Seats and center.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
They said that's a blast to right. Certainly not a pop up to center. Now, Kenny, for those that don't know, and I'm sure you know, John, he was the first one ever to go into the black at the remodeled Yankee Stadium in '76. Did you know that Reggie bought the black?
The whole thing?
Yeah, I heard he bought the whole thing.
What's he doing with it?
What's he going to do with it?
I don't know. Swing and a miss as Jeter goes down on strikes.
See Derek shaking his head. Matsuzaka starting to change it up a little bit. A good slider down and away after a few fastballs. Gets Derek to expand the strike zone.
They usually say second time around works for the hitters. This might work for Matsuzaka.
So here's Gardner. He singled his first time up, scored a run. Pitch is high. Now, we talk so much about the WBC and the positives and the negatives. And the positives, obviously, it sells the game. And they create almost an Olympic or a World Cup type atmosphere. But a lot of teams have much trepidation about their pitchers pitching in those high pressure games so early. And it certainly bore out with Matsuzaka, because the Japanese team takes a lot of pride in winning that series. And Matsuzaka was pitching all out and really hurt himself. Pitched too hard too early. Count 3-0.
Well, you're right, Michael. The Japanese actually have won both WBCs, and he is undefeated, 6-0, 3-0 in each one of the 2006 and 3-0 again in 2009.
You know, the Red Sox are the ones that pay Matsuzaka, and they realize that it's good for the game, so everybody doesn't say anything. But you're pitching for your country, which is a beautiful thing, but the Red Sox are saying, well, we're paying him, and he never really got to pitch that much for them last year. Just 12 games.
12 starts.
(3-1) to Gardner, and he walks from a change. Matsuzaka was a big deal in Japan before a big posting fee got him to the Red Sox. 7-time All-Star in Japan. Red Sox won the bidding, $51.1 million. And they paid him $51, I believe, for 6 years. So over $100 million investment. In 08, he was 18-3, 2.90, so it looked great. But in his other 3 major league seasons, 21-19. Teixeira pops it up and out of play. Teixeira walked and scored in the first inning. Gardner had a big lead, and Matsuzaka stepped off.
Well, you talked about the numbers with Martinez behind the plate, both catchers for the Red Sox. Not throwing out too many base stealers. Be a perfect opportunity for Brett Gardner to get in scoring position. You got to believe Matsuzaka would be disappointed in himself. 2 quick outs, and then he walks Brett Gardner. Now he's got to worry about him at first base.
I was watching several ball games yesterday, including the Yankees and the Twins, and I was watching the Red Sox and the Tigers. I was flipping around on the satellite dish, and Mario Impemba mentioned, he's a Tigers broadcaster, mentioned that of all the stolen bases against the Red Sox last year, something like 40 of them were without a throw, that they couldn't even get the run.
That one's driven deep to right field, giving Chase McDonald on the track at the wall. He can't make the play. Gardner will score. Teixeira moves to second, and the Yankees lead 6-1.
Well, Gardner's not going to have to worry about a stolen base here, as Teixeira's going to drive him home. When the ball was originally hit, I thought he had enough to get it out of here. It was headed for the bullpen. McDonald with a good effort. Actually, ball hit him in the forearm. He didn't have to jump as high as he thought. The ball hits the ground. It's going to be a double. And then an awkward throw. Gardner with no problem scoring. He was off with the crack of the bat with two outs. And the Yankees have another run. Teixeira now with 30 runs batted in on the season. That was kind of a funky-looking attempt.
Well, I mentioned Morneau hitting the home run yesterday. The ball really carried to left center. Robinson Cano's ball carried well to left field. And you're right, Kenny. I don't think that ball jumped out there in right field. It fooled McDonald. Maybe got knocked down by the wind.
Popped up off the bat of A-Rod instead of play.
Get another look at it. Mark Teixeira centers his ball. McDonald on the run. It looks like the wind just knocks it down, hits off his forearm. So Hermida not make a great play in left field. McDonald the same thing in center for a team that talked a lot about pitching and defense this year.
Well, there was talk that Mike Cameron was going to come back today, but the Red Sox decided not to activate him. He's been out with an abdominal strain, not quite ready to rejoin the Boston Ball Club.
There's a strike. Well, you get the feeling the way Teixeira hit that ball a year ago, that might be over the bullpen. I mean, the ball just hit a jet stream last year, but that's not there this year. Rodriguez had a 2-run single in the first inning. In May, hitting .340, 11 runs, 15 ribbies in 15 games this month. And the 0-2. 1-2. Matsuzaka's pitch total is at 50 right now. 29 strikes. John Farrell trying to figure it out. A-Rod hit that twice.
Well, uncharacteristic of the Red Sox. All that pitching they thought they had early in the year has not really worked out for Boston this season. They've had a lot of problems with their pitching staff. As we look at A-Rod foul his pitch off, just off the end of the bat, and actually catches a piece of him. Their bullpen hasn't been as effective, and some of their starters have been giving it up quite regularly. Josh Beckett missed his start with back problems. He's pitching tomorrow night. John Lackey's got a high ERA. He's got a good win total.
Fifth in wins, 12th in ERA.
Wow.
Batting average against .265.
I guess like the Yankees with Phil Hughes, Clay Buchholz has probably been their best starting pitcher.
Josh Beckett has struggled. He'll start tomorrow. Had back spasms, taking BP in preparation for the interleague play. The 1-2. Grounded towards short. Scutero. They get A-Rod for the final out of the second. But the Yankees get a run. One hit, one man left. We've played two at 6-1. Yankees on yes. June 5th for the Stadium Slugfest when the undefeated WBA Super Welterweight champion Yuri Foreman defends his title against three-time world champion Miguel Cotto. Get your tickets today, Yankees.com/boxing, to see the history of boxing continue at Yankee Stadium. Some great boxing is taking place at Yankee Stadium, so they're hoping that this match is a good one. Darnell McDonald takes pitch outside 1-0. We go to the third inning, and the Yankees are leading this one 6-1. That is the Dodge scoreboard, 6-6-0, 1-2-0 for the Red Sox. That's how Kim Jones looks from up in the sky. That's how God sees Kim Jones. So when God looks down, he sees Kim Jones from that angle. And that's how we see Kim. And, Kim, tell us about injuries. Nick Johnson, the Yankees have a lot of injuries, but Nick Johnson's going to have surgery, right?
Yes, he is, Michael. Tomorrow morning, Nick Johnson saying today that they've tried every course of treatment possible on the right wrist, including a cortisone shot. In the past, he has had success with cortisone, not this time, so he's headed to surgery. What does it mean long term? Well, it'll be 4 to 6 weeks until he can pick up a bat. And Joe Girardi saying it will be quite a while after that till we see Nick Johnson again. Not surprisingly, Johnson saying not only is he disappointed, he's very frustrated to know he's going to miss this much of this season.
So we're talking best case scenario is probably mid-July, right?
I would think best case, yes. You got that right. And Nick Johnson said that 2 years ago, he missed most of a season with a similar but not exactly the same injury. So he is hoping for a quicker timetable this time around.
3-1 to McDonald has popped up. Right field, Marcus Timms is there. And there's one away. Now, Kim, not of the same severity as Nick Johnson. Yankees are banged up a little with Jorge Posada, Nick Swisher. Where do we stand with them?
Absolutely. Well, Jorge Posada took a foul tip off the right foot in yesterday's game, underwent x-rays after the game. They were negative, but he has a knot on his foot, according to Girardi. He's in a lot of pain. Joe's saying it would really be a game-time decision if Posada's available at all tonight. Could be a couple of days, but they are hoping to avoid the disabled list. As for Nick Swisher, it is a day-to-day thing with that left bicep strain.
Scudero grounds out to Jeter.
And Nick telling me he's hoping to be available tomorrow, but knows it could be a couple of days. It's that left-handed swing that gives him the trouble.
All right, anything on Aceves and Granderson?
Granderson's doing very well. He ran today. He ran the bases. He shagged fly balls. He took BP. He told me he's feeling good, but he has to get his wind. He feels like he's out of shape already, although that's hard to believe. He did say he thinks that 1 month timetable might end up being accurate, and that would put him a little bit less than 2 weeks away from being back, and he certainly will be welcome back. As for Alfredo Aceves, he had that epidural 3 days ago. He tells me he's already feeling good, believes he will only need the 15-day stint, and then he will be back. And as we talk bullpen, Chan-Ho Park activated tonight. He's out there and ready to go.
Let's finish up with Mariano Rivera. Shocking blown save yesterday. Walking a batter with the bases loaded, a grand slam. How does he rebound from that today? You spoke to him.
Well, you know he always turns the page quickly, Michael. I talked to him about the Tommy at bat. I said, did you feel like you were squeezed? He said no. He said the pitch in question was the 1-0 pitch. He thought maybe he had a strike there. Instead, it was a 2-0 count. He said, that's not the reason I walked him. And I said, well, you haven't been pitching regularly. He said, don't look for excuses. I'm not making any. It was a bad day at the office. We all have them, and isn't that the truth? And then I asked him about turning the page. He said by the time he gets in his car to go home, he has turned that page. He said, that's why closers are closers, Michael.
Kim, this was not a bad day at the office for you. Exceptional report. Exceptional.
And right back at you guys. The broadcast is outstanding.
Thank you so much. And God's smiling down on you from that blimp shot, okay?
I hope so.
All right. Thanks, Kim. We'll hear Kim later on in the postgame with Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry, so we look forward to that. So that's the Yankee injury situation. Right now, this team is banged up, and the fact that they're competing, it's a good sign.
Well, they're banged up, and Kim mentioned Curtis Granderson out on the field today. I was actually very impressed, shagging fly balls, running the bases a little bit. He looked a little further along than I thought he was going to be.
Count 3-2 to Pedroia.
I had a chance to talk to him about the injury itself, and he said as he was running the bases there, he was watching the ball. And when he got close to second, he had sort of a misstep. He had to reach a little further for the bag with his right foot, and that's when he strained his groin. Here's earlier today, not full speed, but that's
full speed for me, Ken. Popped up. But you're right, John. It seems like he's further along. But again, you know, he still has to get his wind back and get his legs back, and it is going to take another 2 weeks, I would guess.
And you watch him run the bases there in batting practice. It's such a controlled environment. And Kenny, you know this. You get out in there in a competitive game, and all of a sudden it's a little bit more torque.
The adrenaline's flowing, yeah.
You really got to be careful.
3-2, 2 outs. Nobody on top of the third. Yanks up 6-1 the pitch. Woo. And Pedroia walks.
He almost walked into one there. Let's see where this pitch is. Fastball riding in on him. Pulls the hands in. Spins out. Counts his fingers and his toes, and now he's headed to first base. Looked like he was looking for something out over the plate.
Leads off first, held by Teixeira. Here's J.D. Drew.
Change up from Phil Hughes. You know, he had a 1-2-3 first inning, had to work a little bit in the second. And just watching here in the third, command not as good as we are used to seeing early on for Phil Hughes. It's like he's not locked in 100%. See if he can rebound. Looks like the arm angle may be dropping just a little bit.
Could not hold up. And a lot of use out of that cutter this year.
Yeah, that was a good one.
If you talk to Dave Island, the pitching coach, you know, he says Phil has to be careful not to fall in love with that cutter. And like you said, Kenny, it's a good pitch.
Yeah.
And you think you can throw it time after time, but sometimes it creates a little lower arm angle. So Dave Island on top of it doesn't want him to overthrow that pitch.
How many times, John, have we been told not to fall in love and we just don't listen?
Who told you that?
Oh, so many times. So many people whispered in my ear. Here's the 1-2. Did he hold up? No, he did not. Punched out by Larry Vanover, so J.D. Drew out on strikes. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. We go to the bottom of the third inning here at the stadium. Yankees 6 and the Red Sox 1. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yankee Entertainment and Sports Network. DirecTV, get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Oh, just missed the Empire State Building. Get up there. Okay, good. We go to the bottom of the third. 6-1 Yankees over the Red Sox. Robinson Cano against Daisuke Matsuzaka, 1-0. High fly ball left field. This one not as deep as last time. Jeremy Hermida. 1 out.
It's time for the Red Sox team scouting report, brought to you by Panasonic. Well, the Red Sox have the second worst team ERA in the league, 4.83. Only Kansas City Royals have a worse team ERA. The Red Sox were supposed to have big-time pitching, but they have hit 49 home runs. That's second in the league to the Toronto Blue Jays, who've hit 60 coming into the night. And they are really missing Jacoby Ellsbury. He should be ready pretty soon. He represents all their speed. He had 70 stolen bases last year. That set a team record. I'll finish my thought on him after this pitch.
There's a strike.
Ellsbury's only played in 6 games this year. Been out with cracked ribs in a collision. He is still tied for the team lead in stolen bases with 2. The Red Sox as a team only have 11.
Dodge scoreboard, 6-1 Yankees lead.
So that's how much they miss him.
Ellsbury rehabbed at Pawtucket today. He was 1 for 3.
Marco Scutaro doing the leading off for the Red Sox lately. Not your typical leadoff guy.
Count 0-2.
And we talked in the top of the third about Phil Hughes and dropping his arm a little bit, and this is the curveball. You see it on Yesmo. Arm angle's pretty good until right about there. Watch how that hand drops a little bit, and he kind of comes around the side, and it's more of a side-to-side curveball instead of that good 12-6 on a clock that we're used to seeing. Something to pay attention to. I'm sure Dave Island, the pitching coach, on top of it in between innings.
Cervelli's been so red hot that Derek Jeter tried to get some of that luck today. You see Cervelli with that oversized helmet that he uses. They call it the Gazoo helmet from the character in the Flintstones. And it's actually a great helmet to hit in, but when he runs, he gets rid of it. It's just too big. And then Derek Jeter actually donned that helmet during BP and then tossed it away. I think he did that the other day and got 2 hits, and Derek is somewhat superstitious that way. 1-2.
This is where I've been impressed with Cervelli this year. You guys talked about hitting with runners in scoring position early on, but he just seems so much more confident when he gets 2 strikes on him, able to foul off some tough pitches, extend some at-bats.
Strike 3. Cervelli down looking. As Derek with a big smile with the Gazoo helmet. And everybody around the cage had a big laugh. All right, that's it. Right, he had to put his other helmet on before he ran the bases. That was just too big. But it works for Cervelli.
Well, that helmet is supposed to be able to withstand a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. And the hitter would not sustain an injury. Not that everybody throws 100.
So you should wear it against Joel Zumaya.
Yeah.
Tigers reliever was throwing 100 consistently for 2 innings when the Yankees played the Tigers. The 2-0. 2-1. Timms with a sac fly in the first inning. Picked up his 7th ribby of the year. Count 2-2.
Watching Matsuzaka's delivery from the windup, he has sort of a recoil at the end of his delivery, not much of a follow through. It's a little different than most pitchers are taught to follow through, take a little strain off of your arm. He has an actual recoil after he delivers.
High pop-up. Center field. Darnell McDonald will put it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Well, we played 3 here at the stadium. The Yankees lead the Red Sox 6-1. You are watching the Yes Network. Quiz on this date in '98. David Wells pitched a perfect game against the Twins. Who took the loss for Minnesota? Find out in the bottom of the inning. Kevin Youkilis takes it up and in, 1-0.
That was a picture-perfect day for David Wells years ago. Hard to believe it was that long ago, 1998.
David was here yesterday as a broadcaster with a tie. And
just didn't look right, did it?
No, it looked a little odd. The 1-2 missed inside.
Here's our Home Depot hitter scouting report. It's on Kevin Youkilis. Last year he was the Red Sox team MVP, two-time All-Star. Last 2 years he's made the All-Star team, and he's coming up on a milestone. He's got 98 career home runs.
Still 2-2. Youkilis singled to right and ended up scoring in the second inning. The 2-2. Busted him inside, 3-2.
Now, last time he got a hit on a pitch out over the plate. And it appears this time Hughes is trying to keep the ball in. So it's up to Phil Hughes to make the adjustment this time. Try to get Youkilis out of a different area of the plate. Now they're going away.
High fly ball left field. Drifting over Randy Wynn. He'll make the catch. Now let's get an update. What's going on somewhere with our very own Bob Lorenz back in the studio. Robert. Thank you, Bob. Those are the American League East standings. Yankees are 2 back of the Rays. Blue Jays 4 back. They're surprising. Red Sox 7.5 at 19 and 19, and the Orioles 14.5 behind the Rays. Rays come into town on Wednesday for a quick 2-game set, Wednesday and Thursday night. Here's Victor Martinez. Fouled away. Victor Martinez 0 for his last 18. And that's 3 at-bats shy of the longest hitless streak of his career. He has an 0 for 21 in May of 2006. There's a strike.
When you're going through a streak like that, you always feel like you're behind in the count right when you walk up to the plate. 2 good pitches, backdoor curveball. It's 0-2.
That's so true.
Here we go again.
I think the longest stretch I had was 0 for 24. I felt like quitting baseball. Never going to get another hit.
Count 2-2.
When you think about it, though, when you go that long without a hit, somebody's got to have faith in you to keep putting you out there, thinking that you can do the job.
He's got a track record, obviously. David Ortiz waiting anxiously. But, you know, if the Red Sox are going to turn it around, this guy's got to start swinging the bat better.
Doesn't swing it there. Looks like a called third strike. 2 away. Pindar and Duck Walk Vineyards are hosting a wine tasting event on May 25th at NYY Steak. Please call 646-977-8325 for reservations or visit nysteak.com for details.
It's a changeup from Phil Hughes. You see the grip and the glove. Perfect location and good finish and movement.
Now they're going to a little bit of a funky shift as Ramiro Pena moves to the second base side of second, and Derek Jeter essentially is the third baseman, but he's playing shortstop. So in this at bat, they have 3 infielders on the right side. They didn't do it with a runner on base last time.
And I think the feeling is that now with 2 outs, nobody on, David Ortiz is thinking more about pulling the ball as opposed to before. With a man on, a hit to the other way would certainly help the Red Sox cause.
The changeup from Phil Hughes, and you know, through 4 innings, 2 outs here in the 4th. This is a different pitcher than we've seen early on. Not locating his fastball as well, kind of going to plan B.
High drive, deep to right. Tim's going back, still back, looking up, see ya! Into the second deck. David Ortiz with a solo home run, and the Yankee lead is now 6-2. And that ball's coming back.
We talked about the Yankees at Fenway Park last week. Really attacked David Ortiz with the fastball in on his hands, and this at bat from Phil Hughes was a first pitch cutter, a second pitch changeup, and then the third pitch was another cut fastball trying to go in on the hands. We'll check out the location. It's middle in, and David Ortiz just able to pull his hands through. The cutter won't have quite the velocity of a regular fastball.
Breaking ball to Adrian Belcher. Let's take a look at the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Pierces the night sky and goes into the second deck.
Flash, I think you made a good point. The cutter does not have quite the velocity that the fastball has, and if you're going to come in on Ortiz, he is still quick enough to get to a breaking ball inside. You got to bring your best heat over the inner third of the plate.
Yeah, when we see the cutter, it's probably, what, 88, 89 miles an hour, and Phil can throw a fastball in the mid-90s.
Right back to Phil Hughes, and that's going to do it. Here in the fourth, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. So the home run by Ortiz brings the Red Sox to within 4. Yankees lead 6-2. Answer to the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz. The question on this date in '98, David Wells pitched a perfect game against the Twins. Who took the loss from Minnesota?
Troy Hawkins.
Let's see. Troy Hawkins. Randy Wynn will lead off the bottom of the fourth inning.
Didn't pitch such a bad game.
(6-2) Yankees lead. City looks great today.
Is that beautiful or what?
The 1-0. Foul back. Matsuzaka really struggled in the first. If he just got back from work, the Yankees put him in 5 spot in the first inning. The first 6 batters reached safely. 5 by hits, 1 walk. One of the outs was achieved on the bases as a runner was thrown out at home. Randy Wynn laces a single away.
Well, Randy Wynn starting to pick it up a little bit. A couple of hits yesterday. The base hit here. A lot of work with Kevin Long in the cage starting to pay off.
Like a low sinker in the middle of the plate.
Here is Ramiro Pena. Fly out to left in the second inning. Ramiro 5 for his last 17. Wynn's a threat to run. Count 1-0. Tim Wakefield has pretty much been throwing alongside Matsuzaka. First inning he got up to warm. Right behind him is the bullpen coach Gary Tuck. Fouled away. count 2-1. Ramiro Pena made his first career appearance in the outfield yesterday. A lot of switches, losing the DH, and they had to put Ramiro Pena in the right.
Be a good count to send Randy Wynn.
Red Sox thinking that way as they throw over to first.
He almost got Matsuzaka Pena in the corner. He's got to throw a strike here.
Sliced the other way, but foul.
Pena getting back-to-back starts. Yesterday starting at shortstop. Derek Jeter DHing. Today third base. Alex Rodriguez DHing. Picked up a couple of hits yesterday.
I'm surprised they're allowing Matsuzaka to put all of the rosin on his left arm. And he's got it on his red jersey. Yankees could complain, I guess, but they're not having that much difficulty against him. Right there, he's got all the rosin on his sleeve. Don't they say that rosin and sweat kind of creates a foreign substance? You heard that, John?
I've heard that before, but usually you don't worry too much about that rosin on the left arm. You see the bag behind the mound. It just, your hands get real tacky with that rosin.
Gaylord Perry used to put a bunch of rosin in his hand, take the ball, and then throw the ball, and the rosin would puff off. He called it his puff ball.
All the way to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that wasn't the only thing he was doing.
See, they can turn two. There's one. Not in time. Pena hustling down the line. Wednesday night on Yes, don't miss an all-new Forbes Sports Money presented by Fox Business Network. See all of the fan-friendly amenities at the Nets' new home at the Prudential Center in Newark. Plus, get a breakdown of Europe's top soccer clubs. It's all new Wednesday night at 11 only on Yes. And there is Bob Lorenz's co-host for the show, Michael Ozanian, enjoying the game. They do a good job on that show. Here's Derek Jeter. That one gets away from Martinez as Pena will move to second.
Martinez did not make an attempt to block this. It was a fastball, a little sinking fastball. Don't have a lot of time behind the plate to react to block it, so he tries to backhand it. Can't come up with the play. Setting up inside for a two-seamer, just a little bit low.
The score of that a wild pitch. Yankees up 6-2. His fastball is consistently 91, 92. And he featured it a little bit too much in the first inning. Yankees jumped all over him. Since then, he's mixing in other pitches, but his pitch count's getting up there. And that's been one of his problems here in the big leagues. He's usually around 100 pitches at the end of 5, and seems to be heading that way. That was his 78th pitch right there.
You see the velocity only 90 miles an hour. He does have a little movement in. But 90-91, a major league hitter doesn't even flinch when you see that on the radar gun.
You're going to throw 90-91, you have to have really good command. Put it where you want.
And really good movement, too. Flash is right. When did they start getting your attention, Flash?
94, 95. Let's say, all right, now I got to dial it up a little bit.
When you can start to hear it and not see it.
You guys mentioned Zumaya before. Watching him pitch, boy, it's impressive. 100, 101.
3-2.
I think he threw one of them 102. That's the fastest pitch in major leagues this year, 102.
And everybody was so impressed because he kept throwing it. I mean, he pitched for 2 innings one game, and he kept registering over 100. Usually you could reach back maybe if you have a special arm. Do it every now and then, but he was consistently over 100. Off-speed pitch, Jeter fouls back.
Matsuzaka came to the major leagues with a lot of fanfare. And they were talking about he threw a gyro ball, mysterious pitch from the Far East.
Missed outside, so Jeter works a walk. You know, we mentioned and showed the stats earlier about how the Red Sox pitchers have struggled. Well, if you think about it, this is kind of the anti-Red Sox team. It's not your father's Red Sox. They're not built on power. They're built on pitching and defense, which strangely, if you build a team around defense and then you have a catcher who can't throw runners out, it doesn't make much sense because that should be the hub of your defense, and their pitching has not been that great. So everything they built their team around has not really clicked.
When you think about it, Fenway Park is an offensive ballpark. You don't want to be out hitting your own park on a consistent basis.
Count 1-0 to Gardner.
Well, you talked about Martinez, not a great thrower of the baseball. You got to be able to do the other things. Call a game, work with the pitching staff, be able to block balls in the dirt. There are plenty of teams that have won championships with catchers who didn't have the strongest arm back there, but you got to do the other things, the little things.
I think the pitching staff has to feel comfortable with you behind the plate, even if you aren't throwing out runners. The ability to get hitters out so they don't get on base to begin with. And when you're toting around a team ERA of 4.83, that's not happening at this point.
And the perfect example of what John's talking about is Victor Martinez. The Indians were one win away from going to the World Series with Victor Martinez as their catcher. So you can get it done if you're going to hit, and you're going to hit home runs, and you're going to be able to call a game. That's exactly what happened. The Indians were up 3-1 over the Red Sox in 07, and they couldn't bring it home. 1-1. 2-1.
But it's also the little things that don't show up on a stat sheet. Like tonight, we've had 2 fly balls. Hermida in left, McDonald in center, did not make the play. That's fine. And then you have a routine double play ball, in my opinion, that Pena hit. Should have been a 4-6-3. Pena beats it out by half a step. Now you have first and second, only 1 out. I mean, just the little plays that don't get done here with this Red Sox defensively so far early on.
And the pitcher has to work that much harder.
I mean, you get Pena for getting down the line in good shape, but that's a double play ball that Pedroia and Scudero should be turning.
Scudero, a new pickup, working alongside his Keystone combo partner, Pedroia. The 2-2. Count 3-2, and Matsuzaka stared in a little extra long at Mark Carlson as if to say, where was that?
It's a close pitch, but we've watched Matsuzaka all night be all over the place, and then all of a sudden he wants one that's just off the corner. You're just not going to get the call from a home plate umpire, Mark Carlson in this case.
I think this one went around the plate, as you can see again.
It's borderline.
Popped up. Beltre will make the play. 2 outs. I mean, that pitch might have gone around the plate, but if you were pitching, you'd want that call. If you were catching, you'd want that call.
You definitely want it, but you can definitely understand how an umpire doesn't call it. Matsuzaka's been all over the place, and then he throws one right on the corner. Tough for an umpire to ring it up.
There's that pitch.
I wouldn't want it called on me if I was hitting.
Really? Look how close that is.
I would have taken it.
Here's Teixeira. Popped up. So Matsuzaki gets 2 pop-ups to Beltre to work out of trouble. No runs are hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We've played 4. Yankees lead the Red Sox 6-2. I think that's the George Washington Bridge. People heading into New York, and that's the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar. Situated in center field in Yankee Stadium, the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar is a great place to gather and enjoy the game. Mohegan Sun, a world at play. First pitch is skied to center field off the bat of Jeremy Hermida. 1 pitch, 1 out. You know how many times Phil Rizzuto was the first guy on that bridge? Usually in the top of the 8th inning, something like that. Miss Phil.
Yeah, but he was going in the other. He was going in this direction.
Yeah,
he was going
the
that
other
way.
direction. And he either left Bill White or Frank Messer in the booth. Philip Francis Rizzuto, number 10. Here's Darnell McDonald.
Didn't Bobby Mercer say that's how he started play-by-play? That Phil left and never came back, so Bobby had to do the rest of the game.
I think Phil said it was cold one day, and Phil said, "Do you need a cup of coffee?" And Bobby goes, "Yeah." There's a ground ball to Pena, and McDonald is out, so he just never returned the rest of the game. And the next day showed up with here it is, with a cup of coffee. Here's your coffee.
And Bobby had to do the rest first.
Yep.
First chance doing play-by-play.
It's like learn how you swim. You just get thrown in there. Big crowd here at the stadium. First game of this 2-game set. 4th game of this 7-game homestand. Yankees opened it by taking 2 out of 3 against the Twins. Here's Scudero. And a strike.
No, the Yankees have not played the Blue Jays as of yet. And Alex Gonzalez and Scudero kind of switched places. Alex Gonzalez was playing for the Red Sox last year, and he's gone up to Toronto. He's got 10 home runs. It's probably more than he ever hit in the season. He jumped right on that Blue Jay home run hitting bandwagon. They lead the league in homers with 60.
Vernon Wells having a big comeback year, too. It's power.
Yeah, whatever they did with his wrist surgery, everybody's going to be lining up for it at the end of the year.
1-2 count on Marco Scutaro. Top of the 5th inning. Yankees lead 6-2. Hughes deals. Fouled away.
It's the best inning Phil Hughes has had since the 1st inning. Really had to work in the middle couple of innings. Looks like the location has come back a little bit, getting ahead in the count again.
And the 1-2 pitch. Popped up. Left field. Out of play.
Alex Gonzalez actually hit 23 home runs one year with the Marlins a few years back. But he still looks like he's on his way to having a career high.
Seems like that's the one problem spot for the Red Sox over all these years. They can't find the shortstop. Since Nomar, who's actually doing the game next door for ESPN, along with Aaron Boone and Dan Shulman.
It's a good combination. Yankees, Red Sox, and Nomar Garciaparra, Aaron Boone, the World Series or the Championship Series hero, the home run off of Wakefield.
I wonder if Red Sox fans, when they listen to this, can get an anti-Boone filter so they don't have to listen to Aaron. And there's Nomar. Yeah, come on, we have to see Dan Shulman, too. It's not fair to Dan.
The Red Sox fans to make it perfect.
There's Dan.
Bucky Dent would walk in there.
Hot shot up the middle of base hit. So a 2-out single off the bat of Scutaro. Since Nomar, that's been a highly populated position for the Red Sox. They've moved him in and out. They're still paying for Julio Lugo, by the way. $9 million to play for the Orioles. And Alex Gonzalez, Edgar Renteria, Alex Cora, Nick Green, Jed Lowry, and Orlando Cabrera. It's hard to replace Nomar. Nomar's back in the good graces of Red Sox Nation. Threw out a first pitch earlier in the year. Had to be very painful for him being traded in 2004, and then the Red Sox go on to win their first World Series in 86 years. And he had to watch from another team.
Retired as a Red Sox, right?
Yep. He got traded right after. People will always remember the Jeter game where he made the dive into the stands, and Nomar had a hamstring problem. And it was such an exciting game, and all the teams were up on the top step of the dugout, and Nomar continued to sit. And that really riled up Red Sox fans and management, and he ended up getting traded. And his explanation is, they told me I shouldn't stand on the hamstring. It was really bad, so I sat the whole time.
Pedroia is really quick on pitches inside. I think that the pitch he really likes is a fastball up and in. He really does a lot of damage at Fenway Park. And it looks like this pitch is on the inner third, and he loads up. He's got a big swing.
He came out and said he wanted to hit over 20 home runs this year. He's gotten off to a good start. I mean, surprising that you would actually come out and say, I just want to hit more home runs this year.
Well, he's leading the team in homers. Yeah. He's got 8.
One and 2. He didn't like that call, thought it was inside.
Might have an argument. Looked like it was maybe finished off the plate inside.
You think?
He's belt high.
Count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees are leading 6-2. Runner on first base is Marco Scutaro.
Phil Hughes gets 2 strikes on the batter. The crowd is now into chanting Hughes.
many pitches for Phil Hughes. He's only given up a couple of runs, but he's had to work tonight.
Two, really making them work. Yankees are going to have to go to their bullpen at some point in the next inning or so. Phil's with 91 pitches. Two. How about?
You know, one thing when you're facing good hitters, and the Red Sox have several good hitters on their team, Pedroia, Youkilis, Scudero's a good hitter. They have a bunch of J.D. Drew. And one thing that's different about these type of teams, it's hard to put them away. They spoil pitches. You see Pedroia have a lengthy at bat. They foul pitches off until you make a mistake, and then they hit it hard. On the teams that aren't such good hitting teams, you put them away by now. They've swung at something in the dirt. They're gone. It's easier for you to run through their lineup. And it helps you keep your pitch count down.
You see some of the body language for Phil Hughes. Looks like he's getting a little frustrated. Like you mentioned, Kenny, some quality pitches that are fouled off.
Another foul ball.
And this is what the Yankees do to other teams. They sit up there, foul pitches off. You make a mistake, they hit a line drive somewhere.
I think he got away with a little hanging curveball there, too. Lucky that Pedroia pulled it foul. Watching Phil tonight, like I said, the numbers are not bad, but he just doesn't look as in control as he has been lately, or all year, I should say. Still finding a way to get by.
The next pitch, number 9 of this at bat. And I think that crossed up Cervelli. That was a breaking ball, and it looked like he was looking for something else.
Well, if it was a cross-up, you'd expect him to go out to talk to Phil Hughes. He didn't go out there to have a conversation, so that might have been just such a bad curveball. Supposed to be down and away, and it spins up and in. Strange looking, but he didn't go out there to have a conversation, so you got to believe they weren't crossed up.
Hughes got the first 2 outs on 3 pitches. This is going to be the 20th pitch of the inning. Now he wants to talk with Hughes. They have a hard time getting on the same page. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Three-two, line drive, base hit. So Pedroia wins that battle. Scudero's going to go to third. Pedroia is going to go to second. He had stopped, actually. He thought that Wynn was going to throw to second base, but Wynn did not. He threw toward third, so Pedroia gets himself a double.
Great at bat for Dustin Pedroia. Fouled off a lot of pitches. 3-2, he gets a cutter. It's middle of the plate. Drives it to left field. Great battle between Phil Hughes and Dustin Pedroia, and Pedroia wins. Coming around first, he's going to stop. He's got to make sure he's going to get into second base. He sees Randy Wynn throw it to third. Scampers into second base.
Dave Island goes out and talks with Hughes. Is that simply give him a breather talk because it was a 10-pitch at bat?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, it looked like Phil was going to have an easy 5th inning, and now he finds himself in a little bit of trouble. One swing of the bat, we have a 1-run ball game here. It feels like the Yankees have dominated against Matsuzaka. 4-run lead.
Dangerous batter, J.D. Drew. Drew's 0 for 2. Fly ball to center and a strikeout. Some action in the Yankee bullpen. See some movement out there. Grounded foul. Looks like Boone Logan. That's who it is. Joe Girardi, by the way, today was very secretive about who was available in the bullpen. I usually ask a manager before the game, well, after what you did yesterday and who was used, who's available. He goes, I'm going to keep who's available to myself. Not wanting to tip his hand to Terry Francona. Maybe somebody's not available that he doesn't want anybody to know about. There's a strike. Second and third, 2 outs. 0-2 count on Drew. Crowd with the chant of Hughes. Fastball's at 92. Usually when he's dealing, it's 94, 95. He's a little short stuff-wise today, but it shows you the progression he's made as a starter, that he hasn't given it up. His team is in the lead. And he's about to throw his 100th pitch of the night. One, two. Just doesn't seem like he has that little something to put it away today.
Finish, yeah. And still, he's got a 4-run lead. Has a chance to pick up a win. And if you think about it, remember all the other games he's pitched this year and how dominating he has been. If he's going to have a game like this and possibly come away with a victory and not be as dominating, it shows you got a real good pitcher on your hands. He could win without his best stuff.
That one's driven deep to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone. A 3-run home run for J.D. Drew. And we got ourselves a ball game. Yankees lead is now just 6-5.
J.D. Drew, it's a big 3-run home run to get the Red Sox right back in this ball game. And the 5th inning started out so nicely for Phil Hughes, and then a couple of tough at-bats. Another one from J.D. Drew, and again, it's the cutter in. Same pitch David Ortiz hit for a home run. J.D. Drew was able to keep it fair. We have a ball game.
And the pitch to Youkilis is a strike. And it hooks around the foul pole for a 3-run home run. J.D. Drew's 6th of the year. And Phil Hughes having a tough inning. And he knocks down Youkilis.
Same thing applied that on the pitch to David Ortiz. A cutter in. And this one, a fastball in, and certainly got the attention of Kevin Youkilis. Hop, skip, and a jump.
Popped up. Going back is Teixeira, and he makes the play. Outstanding play by Mark Teixeira to end the inning. But the Red Sox scored 3 runs with 2 outs, 3 hits. The big blow at the bat of J.D. Drew at the end of 4.5. Yankees lead by 1. on the IOTB HD Super Shot.
Over the shoulder. Almost like a wide receiver making a sliding catch down the sideline. Phil Hughes will take it to get out of that 5th inning.
The Yankees still have the lead, but now it's just 1 run as Alex Rodriguez leads off. And let's check it out from the view from above, Mark Teixeira's catch. There's a lot of ground, and feet stay in bound, first down. Breaking ball, 1-1. 6-7-0 to 5-6-0. Quite a turn of events for the Yankees, who had a 5-0 lead after 1. J.D. Drew with the 3-run home run off Phil Hughes.
Hard to believe that Matsuzaka's still in this ball game after that 1st inning. Yankees scored 5 runs. Looked like it was going to be a short evening. Hanging in there.
He's allowed only 2 hits since the 1st.
The 2-1. 2-2. Rodriguez with a 2-run single in the 1st inning, then grounded to short in the 2nd.
Martinez setting up middle of the plate. Looked like a little cut fastball. Alex swings through, and remember early on they pounded him inside. Looked like he was a little quick there on the cutter.
Dribbled slowly in front of the plate, Victor Martinez. 1 away. So now you can tell that this game is going to be decided by the bullpens. Which bullpen's going to do a better job? Both pitchers have such high pitch counts. They're not pitching that much longer. I think Phil Hughes' night is done as Boone Logan continues to throw. The 1-0. 2-0. Javier Vasquez will work out of the bullpen the next couple of days. He's scheduled to start Friday at Citi Field against the Mets. There's a strike. Girardi had said that over the next couple of days, Vasquez would act as a long man because Mitre started on Sunday and Aceves is on the DL. I don't think they'll need a long man today, but Vasquez certainly does not want to be skipped over on Friday.
Good news that Chan-Ho Park is activated, so they'll have a fresh arm out there in the bullpen.
You think about Vasquez, and when was actually the last time he worked out a bullpen? It has to have been a while.
3-1. 3-2. There have been 9 at-bats tonight of 7 or more pitches between both teams. And that means that somewhere, Joe West is not happy. Joe West, of course, the umpire from the first series that was disturbed how long the Yankee-Red Sox games took.
Joe was actually in Detroit yesterday. Have no idea where he is today.
This would be Matsuzaka's 100th pitch. Driven out toward left field. Hermida runs out of room. If you ever miss a live Yankees game now, you can catch all Yes Network Yankees game encores on Files Video on Demand in their free sports section. Well, Kenny, in answer to your question, Vasquez has appeared just twice as a reliever, once in 2006 and once in 1998.
Once in 2004 in playoffs.
Mm-hmm. For the Yankees against these Red Sox.
Let's just put it this way. He's not used to doing it. One thing they said about Matsuzaka, that he is in much better shape this year than he was last year. That worked very hard over the winter to get himself into better condition to make sure that he would have a comeback type of season.
Served out toward left. Hermida, 2 outs.
Third time that Robbie Cano has gone out that way.
That's going to bring up Francisco Cervelli. Cervelli with an RBI double in the first and then struck out looking in the third. Served into right field, coming on Drew, and he's got the plate on a hop. Another base hit for Cervelli.
Thing of beauty, sounded like a broken bat. Just serve it into right field. A little cut fastball. Cervelli stays hot off the plate. Good extension, head down.
Right off the end.
Most importantly, you get a base hit, you extend the inning. Cervelli's 9th multi-hit game of the year.
This little discussion on the mound will give the Red Sox bullpen, and it looks like Tim Wakefield again.
He's throwing just as many pitches as Matsuzaka. Here's Marcus Timms. Timms a sac fly to center in the first, and then flied out to center in the third. There's Wakefield. He had the fluttering knuckleball. 1-0. This is your typical Matsuzaka performance, and he gave up the 5 runs in the first inning, but he's usually a guy who throws a lot of pitches and doesn't go too deep. That one's driven deep to left field. Hermida back, still back. It's going to be over his head and up against the wall. Cervelli chugs around third. Here he comes. Here's the throw. It's up the first baseline as Timms goes to third, and the Yankees lead 7-5.
Well, an innocent base hit for Francisco Cervelli with 2 outs in the 5th. And then Marcus Timms comes up and gets a hanging cutter. And that's going to end Matsuzaka's evening. See the replay, a cutter right down the middle. Marcus gets underneath it, gets some air underneath and drives it to left field. Out of the reach of Hermida. And with 2 outs, Francisco Cervelli running all the way. Big 2-out double and an RBI for Marcus Timms.
Cervelli gets there in plenty of time. And obviously, as he's rounding third, heading for home, the helmet must go. It must go. Does it? It stays on. But Matsuzaka does not. He must go. Sox 7-5. And Daisuke Matsuzaka knocked out of the game on the double by Timms. He moves to third on the throw. And Tim Wakefield takes over, and he will face Randy Wynn. Foul back.
And Marcus Timms on third base now. A lot of pressure on Martinez, the catcher, with a knuckleballer. Wakefield out there. Check out the grip and the action on the knuckleball. Randy Wynn has a good pass at it, up in the zone.
Randy's got decent numbers against Wakefield. He's hitting over 300 against him.
Numbers on Wakefield.
Wakefield's actually had 5 starts this year for the Red Sox.
So Terry Francona makes a call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. Rethink Possible. Wakefield's 4th relief appearance this year. Grounded to short, Scudero. And that will do it. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Let's go to the 6th. Yankees lead the Red Sox 7-5 on Yes. Yes is brought to you in part by Acura Advance, and by Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the New York Yankees. These great shots you're seeing, the aerial coverage provided by DirecTV. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Well, we go to the 6th inning. Yankees holding on to a 2-run lead, and Phil Hughes' night is over. And now it's up to the bullpen to try to close this out for him. But they've got 12 outs to get, as Boone Logan will start it off.
Boone Logan pitched 2 innings Saturday against the Twins. Had a day off yesterday, back at it tonight.
Pitch low, 1-0.
So the 6 walks in 8 1/3 innings for Logan. He's been impressive with his stuff. Good fastball, nice slider, but got to get ahead in the count a little bit better than he's done early on this year.
And the count 3-0. Chano Park just activated today. He's warming. There's a strike. That one's drilled deep to left field. See ya. Solo home run for Victor Martinez. That got out in an eye blink. And now it's 7-6 Yankees.
I mentioned earlier that this has been Victor Martinez's best side. The switch hitter hitting almost 400 right-handed, well under 200 left-handed. And he gets a 3-1 pitch and hits a rocket into left field. Just over the camera, and a solid line drive. Almost hit Pete DeSantis. Look out, Pete. Make that Keith. Oh, yeah, Keith, you all right? You got to protect that camera.
Well, that home run breaks an 0-for-19 slide for Martinez. Now he has 7 home runs. Check that, 4 home runs on the year, and 3 of them are against the Yankees. Served out and past Jeter. A base hit for David Ortiz.
Logan got behind in the count to Martinez, had to come in with a fastball, but got ahead in the count to David Ortiz and does not throw a very good 0-2 pitch. Slider up, out, over. Ortiz not trying to pull. Right past Derek Jeter for a base hit.
Pitch to Beltre. 1-0.
Joe Girardi hoping that Logan can get Beltre because the left-hander hitting Hermida is up next. And
this could be a double play. There's one. There's two.
One pitch, 2 outs. Nice to have a little two-seamer away. Gets a ground ball. Robinson Cano comes across second base. An easy turn. Big 2 outs for Boone Logan.
Here's Hermida. He's 0 for 2. The 8-9 hitters for the Red Sox, they're not going to be there when things get rolling for the Red Sox, because when Cameron and Ellsbury come back, those guys become bench players. Darnell McDonald might end up going back to the minor leagues. The 1-0. There's a strike. Along with John Flaherty, Ken Singleton, Kimberly Jones, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on Yes. We thank you for joining us on this Monday evening. Yankees holding on against the Red Sox. They lead 7-6. Look at those 4 heads just drop out of the scoreboard. Right back to Logan. And that'll do it. So the home run by Martinez on 2 hits and nobody left on base. Victor Martinez goes yard to pull the Red Sox to within 1. Almost killed our cameraman. 7-6 Yanks lead. Pitchers brought to you by Fios TV, Internet, and Phone. This is Beyond Cable. This is Fios. A battle of aces. Josh Beckett, who hasn't pitched like one this year, against CC Sabathia. Our coverage begins at 6 on Yes. The game is on My 9, starting at 7. And Tim Wakefield deals a strike to Ramiro Pena. There's CC. Struggled his last start against the Tigers, trying to bounce back from that. Popped up. Giving chase, Victor Martinez on the run. Can't make the play. Wouldn't stay in his glove.
Yeah, look at the glove that he has on as well. It's not a catcher's glove. It's a first baseman's glove. That's how he's handling Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer. First baseman glove, give you a little extra reach, but not quite enough. Right off the edge and on into the Red Sox dugout, and he almost fouled the baseball in there. There's the effort of Victor Martinez, and not happy. I've never seen that before, Flash, have you? First baseman's glove, catching a knuckleball?
You know what, I'd seen Doug Mirabelli use like a slow or a fast pitch softball mitt to catch Wakefield. I've never seen the first baseman's glove. Whatever works, whatever gets the job done.
Yeah, maybe you go back there with a garbage can cover. Just knock it down.
Popped up. You know, Kenny, we owe a debt of gratitude to Tim Wakefield.
How so?
It was his maddening tosses in spring training that expedited the retirement of John Flaherty and got him into the booth.
It's not 100% true. It's probably 99% true.
That's usually most of my stories.
You know, I was pretty much 1 foot out the door, but Tim Wakefield kind of put the final nail in the coffin.
You just said, that's it, I'm not catching this guy?
I actually went over and shook his hand today and said, good to see you, and then...
That's off the glove of Euclid. Pena's going to reach. Pena hustles back to first, thinking he might have made that one step towards second. So that should be an infield single. And Wakefield's connected to another guy in a broadcast booth. He's the one who served up the walk-off home run to Aaron Boone to send the Yankees to the World Series in 2003.
Obviously a big thrill for Aaron, but I remember Aaron was going so bad in that series that actually Enrique Wilson got the start that night, I think it was, at third base. And Aaron got the pinch hit. Maybe his swing was so long at that point, it was right on time for a knuckleballer.
That night, Derek walked up to Aaron. The extra innings were going by. He said, don't worry, the ghost will come out. Jeter tonight is 1 for 2 with a walk. Snap though to first. Wakefield has a pretty good move toward first. He has to because it's easy to steal off him.
You talked about Martinez having a tough time throwing runners out. It will be worse with the knuckleballer. You can see quick feet. Pena leaning a little bit. You'd expect Pena at some point to try to run. Tough enough to catch a knuckleball, and then you have to try to throw a runner out.
Runners are 11 for 11 against Wakefield. So Flash is right. You got to catch the ball before you can even throw it. And the difficulty is in the actual reception of the ball.
Well, Michael, you mentioned that little spring training where I tried to catch Wakefield. It was easy on the side in the bullpen. You get into game, it's a totally different animal.
Is he throwing harder? Or?
Well, I mean, the one game in spring training I caught him, he had a good knuckleball. I mean, it was moving all over the place. But remember Louis Castillo, playing for the Mets now? Used to play for the Twins. And he gets on first batter, gets on first base. And I remember thinking to myself, now I have to try to throw a runner out. I mean, it's tough enough catching this thing. It went all downhill from there. Time to go.
Plus, it was only 65 miles an hour, that last pitch. So the speed of the pitch is going to give the runner an extra jump, too.
Yeah, what Tim will do also, he gets 2 strikes. He'll throw a harder knuckleballer, and he'll change speeds on it.
See, from the bench there, they're trying to call a pitch outs or maybe try and help Victor Martinez out a little bit. Step offs.
You see DeMarlo Hale going through the signs there. Boy, Jeter certainly faced Wakefield a lot. About 1/6 of a season, 31 hits and 104 at-bats. And there's Hale going through the signs. Fly ball left field off the bat of Jeter. Bonita is there. One down.
A little out in front. Didn't quite have his A swing. You can see him lean into it just off that front foot. Here it comes. He pushes it towards home plate. Tantalizing knuckleball. And right off the end of the bat, too. Off the end, and he was still out front. And that's why the ball initially looked like it might have been going places, but didn't get the good wood on it. But that is great. Just slowing the game down for you.
Runner goes. Throw to second. Stolen base for Pena.
Now there's 38 successful steals against Victor Martinez in this throw. He's trying to make up time. Throws high, and Pena takes the low road. Ball was sailing towards right field, and Pena gets himself into scoring position.
Gardner hits one deep to center. Backing up McDonald. Still back. And he'll make the play. Tagging is Pena. And he'll go to third. Gardner gave it a ride.
Good job of tagging up by Pena also. You might say no big deal getting to third base with 2 outs, but mentioned it before. A lot of pressure on the catcher now with a knuckleballer. Got to make sure you're keeping it front, knock it down. You go halfway, you read that it's going to be caught. You get back to second base in plenty of time. Tag up, get to third. Now possibility of a wild pitch. You pick up an easy run. You said it, Michael Gardner drives us to center field. Chasing McDonald back.
Pitch to Teixeira as a strike. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees lead 7-6. A game they led 5-0 after 1 inning. They led 6-1 at one point as well after 2. Two and 1. 9 for 33 against Wakefield with 1 home run. High pop-up. Youkilis called off by Pedroia. And the catch is made by Pedroia, and he hits Youkilis. The inning is over, and Youkilis says he's okay. Sits up. Let's see what happened. I guess he got hit with the elbow, and he goes down. Brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World. And by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. Here's Youkilis in that collision. I thought it might have hit him in the head, his elbow, but I didn't see that. But he did go down hard.
It looked like he kind of tripped over Pedroia's foot as well.
Maybe the elbow got him on the jaw.
2, 3.
I guess that was it. Pitch to Darnell McDonald from the new pitcher Chan-Ho Park is low 1-0. This is Park's first appearance since April 13th.
This could be your key to the ball game. How is he going to react coming back off the disabled list? 1-run lead here in the 7th inning.
Verizon Wireless scoreboard 7-6 Yankees. Line drive, a base hit. Wynn Fields gets the ball in. Darnell McDonald leads off the inning with a single. Let's take a look at tonight's Toyota text poll. Once again, the question was, is the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry the best in sports? You've been texting us at 58772. Here's how you voted. Yes, 92% say emphatically, yes, it is. That is the highest winning percentage in the history of the Toyota text poll.
You know, with the close proximity of the two cities, and you get into Connecticut, you might have families texting different answers.
Scudero bunts foul as they're trying to move the tying run to second base.
Texting yes for 2 different reasons. So you can see why the high total of the yes voters.
Well, even if you texted no, you're still texting yes.
Yes, you are.
7-6 Yankees lead. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Runner on first, nobody out. John, you're out as long as Park is out. What is the thing that you're concerned about? Location?
I think location, definitely. I mean, you go down to the minor leagues, throw a couple of rehab appearances. Those hitters down there, they go up there swinging the bat early. So I got behind on McDonald. Had to come in there with a fastball and gave up a base hit. Now Scudero ahead in the count 0-2.
Count 1-2. Pedroia is on deck. Fouled away. Park has to be careful because when he was starting to get the sign from Cervelli, he kind of leaned forward and then back and forward again. And if Bob Davidson was here, that might have been a balk.
Sometimes you look at his delivery too. He's got to be careful, make sure he comes to a full stop before delivering the ball home. Good job of it there.
Phil Hughes started, struggled, but left after 5 innings with the lead. 1 run allowed by Boone Logan in the 6th. Now Chan-Ho Park. Just missed, and Park stares in to the umpire, Mark Carlson.
Get a chance for another look here, and you can see it's a tailing fastball. He's trying to bring it back to the outside corner and did not get the call. It was awfully close. He thought he had it.
Runner goes. That's popped up. Timms 1 out. Tomorrow, the Yankees close out this quick series with the Red Sox. Coverage will start on Yes starting at 6 with batting practice today, presented by Audi and the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then after the game on My 9, come back to Yes for highlights and analysis with the WB Mason postgame. It all starts tomorrow at 6. It's right here on Yes. Here's Dustin Pedroia, who I really think applied the exhaustion blow on Phil Hughes with a long at bat in the 5th inning, and then Hughes ended up serving up that home run to J.D. Drew. Turned a 6-2 game into a 6-5 game.
Is it a 10-pitch at bat?
Mm-hmm. And there's J.D. Drew, who hit the big blow, the 3-run shot. There's a strike, 1-1.
A little rematch here with Pedroia and Park. Pedroia hit a home run against Chan-Ho Park at Fenway Park, 1 for 2 in his career. Chan-Ho gets a chance at a little redemption.
Breaking ball strike.
It's a nice job changing up his rhythm. A little quick pitch curveball for a strike.
And Michael, you're right. There's not much of a pause there as he gets ready to deliver the ball. He's kind of herky-jerky out on the mound. Little pause there.
There's a liner. They're going to catch it on one hop. Smart play. There's one on the first. Double play. Heads up play by Robinson Cano. Pedroia cannot believe he's out and looks at Angel Campos. But Cano did not catch it on the fly, which he could have. And let's see if the call was right. Very, very close. Pedroia said safe. Campos said no. Not quite in the glove there. Bang, bang. No runs are hit, and because of the double play, nobody left at the end of 6.5. Time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium, but we will honor America here in the Bronx.
God bless America.
check this shot out. This is on the Yesmo, and you'll see Mark's glove move when the ball hits in it, and it actually moves before the foot comes down, which is, I can't believe that the first base umpire, Campos, could see that, but he's looking at the foot, and then he listens to the ball going to the glove. Now watch the play that Cano made. Could have caught it on the fly, said I got a better chance of the double play this way, and the 4-6-3 to end the inning. Alex Rodriguez leads off the bottom of the 7th.
You saw McDonald kind of hold up there, not knowing if he was going to catch it on the fly, and that gave Derek Jeter free rein to come across the bag and get his best throw off the first base to complete the double play.
That was a great replay on the Yesmo to see the glove and how Mark's hand gives back into the glove, and you can see it hit the glove before the foot came down. The 2-0. Popped up. Youkilis, 1 out.
No action in the Red Sox bullpen. Looks like they're going to let Wakefield go a little bit.
Well, he has started some ball games, so how do you stretch out a knuckleballer anyway? I mean, he's pitch again tomorrow if you wanted him to.
Strike.
Now you say you caught Wakefield. Did you ever have to hit against him?
I did, yeah. I hit against Wakefield a couple of times. Thought it was a lot easier to try to hit him than it was to catch him, because you're not expected to hit him. I was only 2 for 15 in my career. Mr. Ryan Rucco is letting me know that. Thanks, Ryan, for that.
See, I didn't mean to bring it up for that. You said you didn't hit him very often, so I figured 5 at bats, something like that.
15 at bats. Remember, I had a sacrifice fly. That was my claim to fame off.
Slow roller toward first. Youkilis shovels to Wakefield, and they get Cano for the 2nd out. So Cano now 1 for 4. And 4 for his last 25.
The knuckleball is so different from any other pitcher that you're used to seeing. When you do see one, it is a major adjustment. This one's coming right at Robinson Cano, and it breaks just down and away at the end like a changeup would. And he gets on top of it. Key play here is Wakefield getting over the first base, and he just beats Cano to the bag. It's almost like slow pitch softball. You know, you got to hit the one that's not moving very much.
But you would hear a lot of different approaches. Look for the knuckleball up and swing as hard as you can. Then there were other guys who said they would shorten their swing and try to take them the other way. I agree with you, Kenny, though. Lift your leg up, a little slow pitch softball was my approach, and obviously it did not work out very well. 2 for 15.
Do you buy into the fact a lot of people say that it could foul you up for a couple of games, foul your swing up?
I think that you only see them only so often that it really doesn't foul you up, because the next day you go back to what you're used to seeing.
And Wakefield works a 1-2-3 7th inning. Now let's take this baby to the 8th. Yankees 7, Red Sox 6. You are watching Yes. We're asking you to vote along with us for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Tonight's candidates are number 1, Alex Rodriguez, number 2, Francisco Cervelli, number 3, David Ortiz, or number 4, J.D. Drew. Vote now. Make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Here is J.D. Drew against Chan-Ho Park.
A big inning for Chan-Ho Park. 1-run lead, middle of the lineup for the Red Sox.
Marte getting ready. If it gets down to David Ortiz. Jabba Chamberlain might not be available tonight. Threw 23 pitches yesterday, 14 pitches on Friday. He can pitch Tuesdays in a row, but I would assume that Joe would want to stay away from him as J.D. Drew rockets one to right field for a base hit. Let's take a look now at the Land Rover drive of the game. Why get a car when you can own a Land Rover?
I came in the 5th inning and made the ball game a lot tighter. The Yankee lead was cut to 1 on a 3-run home run with 2 outs by J.D. Drew, been one of the hottest hitters in the Red Sox order. That's our Land Rover drive of the game.
Here's Kevin Youkilis, and there's a strike. And a strike. Cervelli wants to talk with Chan-Ho Park.
Youkilis, as we know, is a darn good hitter, all-star performer the last 2 years. But this is where he starts to think the other side of second base, going to the opposite field. Cuts down on his swing. Makes him a tough hitter because he's capable of hitting the ball all over the field.
Crowd of 48,271 here at the stadium tonight. And they've seen a wild one. Yankees led 5-0 after 1, 6-1 after 2. Then it was 6-2 at the end of 3.5. 6-5, 7-5, and then 7-6 where we stand right now.
After the first inning, you thought this might be a laugher. Now the Yankees trying to hold on. Get 6 more outs.
Fouled off in front of the plate. Wakefield has handled the Yankees since coming in. Matsuzaka struggled in his stint. That one's drilled deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. 8-7 Red Sox.
Chan-Ho Park coming off the disabled list. How he was going to react in this game was going to be a big storyline. Had a nice 7th inning here in the 8th. A base hit to J.D. Drew. As you said, Kenny Youkilis, a tough hitter when he gets 2 strikes, thinks the other way. But he got a mistake. It was up in the zone. Drives it out of here for a 2-run shot, gives the Red Sox a lead.
Hanging slider. Here's another look, and as Flash said, about belt high, just hanging right there for Euclid to put a good swing on. And he's much too good a hitter. He's not going to miss it.
Foul outside of first.
A lot of times you just watch a catcher, watch his reaction, head down. You're hoping it's going to hit off the top of the wall, but about halfway to home plate, you want to call timeout because it's such a bad pitch, a hanger up in the zone. You see Euclid with a nice extension on Yes Mo.
How about this stat? Chan-Ho Park did not allow a home run as a reliever last year with the Phillies. He's allowed 3 in 4 games this year. And 2 really big ones against the Red Sox. One by Pedroia, one there off the bat of Euclid. So now the Yankees never thought when they were up 5-0 they'd have to play catch-up, and that's the position they're in. Martinez a solo home run against Boone Logan, leading off the 6th. Daniel Bard, hard-throwing right-hander.
A lot of baseball left to be played. Be a tough loss for the Yankees and a big win for the Red Sox if they could hold on.
High drive, right center. Going back, Gardner. See ya. A long home run into the bleachers as Euclid and Martinez go back-to-back. Red Sox lead 9-7. Well, Victor Martinez 0 for 19. And then he hits back-to-back home runs, one in the 6th, one in the 8th.
And one from each side of the plate.
Well, Chan-Ho Park is getting a rude greeting from the Yankee fans as Joe Girardi is going to take the ball from him and call on Damaso Marte. A long home run into the Bronx night off the bat of Victor Martinez. We'll be back. Sox retake this lead. They lead 9-7. They've hit 4 home runs Check that, 5 home runs against Yankee pitching. And they lead 9-7. That's going to bring in Damaso Marte to face David Ortiz. Now, it's very clear. We told you before how secretive Joe Girardi was before the game about who was available. Job is not available. Because if he was available, he'd be pitching the 9th or the 8th inning. So, very clear he's not available after throwing 23 pitches yesterday. Breaking ball strike to Ortiz.
It's one thing Joe Girardi, Dave Island not going to do, overload one reliever. They want to use their bullpen, not wear it out.
Martinez with a home run from the right side and the left side becomes the 6th Red Sox player to ever homer from both sides of the plate. 2-1. 2-2. The home runs in this game, David Ortiz, a solo shot. J.D. Drew, a 3-run home run. Victor Martinez, 2 solo shots. And Kevin Youkilis, a 2-run home run. Chan-Ho Park against the Red Sox this year in 3 games, 4 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs, and 3 home runs. The 2-2.
Well, he did say the Red Sox, one thing they've been able to do this year, maybe their pitching hasn't been all that great, but they've been able to hit homers. And they proved it again tonight. Second only to Toronto in total home runs.
We talked about Victor Martinez having to pick up the pace offensively.
There's a ground ball to Pena. Now he's the 3rd baseman, so you have to score that 5-3, I guess.
Yep.
That's what he's in the book as. So a 5-3 ground out to the second base side of the bag. Here's Adrian Beltre. Fouled away. Long game and no one has left this ballpark as the Yankees will try to mount a comeback in the bottom of the 8th and if need be in the 9th. The 0-1. 1-1. Told you that Martinez, the 6th Red Sox player to homer from both sides of the plate in one game. The last one to do it was Jason Varitek, August 16th, 2005. Count 2-1.
Juan Miranda going over some scouting reports with Kevin Long. Possibility of a pinch hit appearance.
Probably going over Daniel Bard.
High fly ball. Center field. Gardner will make the play. Remember, the Yankee bullpen against Bard and Papelbon is short because they cannot use the Nick Swisher batting from the left side. They can only use him against Okajima. He can only bat right-handed. The availability of Posada up in the air, but I'd have to guess that if need be, I bet you they would pinch hit him. So Bard is ready. And Papelbon is loosening up. Right in the hands of Hermida, and it's foul back.
Kenny, what do you think that scouting report says on Bard?
Dial it up.
Get it ready early?
Yeah, get it ready early. Throws near 100.
Strike, 0-2. And the pitch. Missed outside.
Probably mentions a breaking ball. But look for the heat.
Bottom of the 8th inning will be the bottom of the order coming up for the Yanks. There's a ground ball to Jeter. So Marte does a nice job retiring the 3 Red Sox batters that he faces. But the Red Sox take the lead. They score 3 runs on back-to-back home runs. The first one, a 2-run shot by Kevin Youkilis off Chan Ho Park. And then Victor Martinez, a solo shot. 9-7 Red Sox. In every sip and every season, Johnny Walker, proud sponsor of the New York Yankees. 12 years ago today, David Wells throws a perfect game against the Minnesota Twins at Yankee Stadium. Pat Mears made the last out into the glove of Paul O'Neill in right field. Daniel Bard, hard-throwing right-hander against Marcus Timms. And that's what Bard throws. He throws hard.
Bard third in the American League with 24 strikeouts out of the bullpen, a power pitcher. Good fastball, hard slider.
Bard's average fastball velocity this year has been 97.8. Count 1-2.
What they just do with that last one, rounded off to 98.
Beach ball gets loose here. Many beaches surrounding 161st and River. New center fielder is Jonathan Van Every, and Darnell McDonald moves to left to take over for Hermida. Check swing. He did not go, said Campos.
Tough combination, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball up and then an 88-mile-an-hour hard slider down and away. Good job by Marcus Timms just to hold a swing.
Just overpowered him right there, one away.
You face a hard thrower, you really got to make sure you bring the ball down. You cannot catch up if it's above your belt. Marcus Timms chases a pitch out of the zone. He knows it. Hard enough to hit a hard fastball down, tougher if it's up.
Yeah, you know you have to be quick, but you have to be disciplined enough to make sure it's a strike, because you're not going to get on top of a fastball 98 miles an hour up around the letters.
Now, the Yankees have had success against Bard. In 8 1/3 innings pitched against the Yankees, Bard has a 6.48 ERA, and he's allowed 4 home runs. Here's Randy Wynn. He drives one to left center. Backing up is McDonald, and he'll make the play. And there are 2 out. And there's going to be a pinch hitter now for Ramiro Pena. And that's going to be Juan Miranda, which would lead you to believe that Posada, I don't think they want to use Posada as the second catcher. In case it's the 9th inning, maybe they'll use him then. But at the top of the order, they don't need pinch hitters. And they're also going to have to maneuver to see how they play the infield. I guess they'll lose the DH and have Alex Rodriguez go to third. And then the pitcher would hit in this spot, the number 9 hole. So here's Juan Miranda. Oh. 1-0. Count 2-0.
Randy, you really got to be disciplined here. And if hitters count 2-0, seeing 2 fastballs up in the zone, probably going to get a fastball. Make sure it's down. Try to put a good swing.
Work to count 3-0 with Jeter on deck. Papelbon getting ready.
Here's a look at the delivery of Daniel Bard, and man, you see that elbow just bend back.
Took a little off that one at 96 miles an hour to get it in there. Many people think that Bard is the heir apparent to Papelbon. 3-1. Good at bat from Miranda. Identify the pitches and a pinch hit walk. And that's going to bring up Jeter. Now, Jeter's chance against Bard, you would think, would be to take the ball over the wall in right field. Keep the hands in, a little late on the fastball, and go that way. The Jeterian swing. In his career against Bard, Jeter is 0 for 3. Yankees down 9-7, bottom of the 8th. The crowd getting into it again. There's that breaking ball away. Mariano getting ready.
Look out.
2-0.
All of a sudden, Bard is having trouble finding home plate here. Which leads you to believe when he finally does throw a strike, it's probably going to be a pretty good one to hit. There's the check swing by Derek Jeter on the yes-mo. The ball still got up there pretty quickly, didn't he? Even on yes-mo.
It's a tough spot here because you know you're probably going to get a fastball. You just really got to be disciplined, make sure it's something you can handle down. And a lot of his mistakes have been up, and they're just overpowering when they're up in the zone.
The 2-0. Takes it the other way, but it slices into the stands. The 2-1. 3-1. Brett Gardner is on deck. And the pitch. Count full. So that's going to release Juan Miranda at first. Well, Bart could go one of two ways. Fastball or try to get Jeter to chase the breaking ball. Jeter can't look breaking ball. He's got to react off the fastball. It's going to be a fastball.
I think when you throw this hard, you just go with your number one.
Runner goes. Foul ball.
Don't expect Bart to be the type of pitcher who would be into trickery all that much. When he gets to a place where he has to throw a strike, he figures he can blow it by anybody in the league. I mean, that's what got him to the big leagues to begin with.
Runner goes. 3-2. Swung on and missed. He got him. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. So Bard works a scoreless eighth. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left on base. We go to the ninth inning. Red Sox lead the Yankees 9-7. In the studio with the WB Mason postgame. Get highlights and analysis from this game and the rest of the majors. Plus, Kimberly Jones gets the players' reaction from the clubhouse. It's all coming up on the WB Mason postgame only on Yes. Marte in his second inning. And he deals outside to Darnell McDonald. Now the Yankees take A-Rod out of the DH spot, move him to third base. So if you're actually keeping score at home, then the number 9 spot in the Yankee order, Marte is pitching as the Yankees lose their DH. And by that move, and also by Marte staying in, you're seeing a clear indication of how short Joe Girardi's bench is right now. Swisher's active, but really not available as a left-handed hitter. Fly ball, left field. Gardner's there. After Pena, they don't really have another infielder. You want to hold Posada back because he's your second catcher. And in the bullpen, Jabba wasn't available today. You don't want to use Mariano in a 9-7 deficit. So you're using Marte, and in all likelihood, you might be using Marte's outing tomorrow today. And Javi Vasquez is warming in the bullpen.
David Robertson worked in yesterday's ball game. Doesn't look like he's available.
So it comes down tomorrow for somebody to face Big Papi in a big situation. Had to be Boone Logan.
I think he's going to have to be CC Sabathia. They're going to look for a lot of innings out of CC.
Yeah, that's true too. It's not like he can't do it though.
Nope. I'm sure that part of the questioning of Joe Girardi in the postgame will be why, after having pitched Friday, had Saturday off, and then having pitched Sunday, why couldn't Jabba go today? And we'll hear about that on the postgame show. Base hit up the middle. So Scudero picks up his second hit of the night. All the great shots that we've been getting from the sky tonight, well, the aerial coverage provided by DirecTV. Get every MLB game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. As the blimp tracks that single up the middle. So Scudero 2 for 5 and Pedroia 1 for 3 with a walk.
Pedroia part of that key outburst in the 5th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Scudero with a single, Pedroia with a 10-pitch at-bat double, and then J.D. Drew with the homer.
Now they might just have Marte playing catch with Teixeira. Remember, we told you in the last 12 years, Javier Vasquez has relieved twice. And he can't get ready as quickly as a reliever can. How many pitchers do starters throw in the bullpen? 60 sometimes to get ready, John?
Yeah, I'd say between 40 to 60.
One reason they throw that many is because they have more pitches to offer during to warm up before they come into a ball game. Reliever, maybe fastball, slider, that's it. Doesn't take as many pitches to warm up.
Jabba was out there, so we assume he's hale and healthy. And Mariano, we saw him doing his stretching, ready to come in. And the count 2-0 now on Dustin Pedroia.
Yeah, you can tell Marte is fatigued a little bit, missing up with a lot of balls. Arm dragging behind a little bit.
Now, the question that a lot of fans would have, well, why can't he pitch more than one inning? Well, he's not trained for that. I mean, you can only go as far as you're trained. He's trained to come in and get a lefty batter out. So when you're asking him to expand on that, well, he's going into territory that he's not trained to do. He just doesn't have that stamina. So you can't blame him for something that he's not used to doing. And he walks Pedroia.
He's going to get one more hitter here because Drew's the left-hander.
And on deck, Kevin Youkilis. So Drew 2 for 4. And here comes Dave Island again, walking slowly, allowing Vasquez to get as many pitches as possible. Boxing is returning to Yankee Stadium. Come out to the stadium on Saturday, June 5th, for the Stadium Slugfest when the undefeated WBA Super Welterweight champion Yuri Foreman defends his title against three-time world champion Miguel Cotto. Get your tickets today at Yankees.com/boxing to see the history of boxing continue at Yankee Stadium. Marte's made 15 appearances this year. 12 of them have been for less than 1 inning. He's had one prior outing this year of 1.1 innings pitched, and that's his season high. He's at that right now. Slow ground ball to Cano. They get one, and that's all they get. Scudero moves to third. And let's see if Joe Girardi does bring in Javi Vasquez.
Good job running a fastball in on the hands of Drew, but it's a jam shot, so it's not hit that hard. No chance for a double play.
And Joe is going to go to the bullpen, and he's going to call on Javier Vasquez. It'll be interesting to see the type of reception that Vasquez gets coming in as a reliever. And he's going to inherit a first and third situation with 2 outs. And you can see Joe saying good job to Damaso Marte. Vasquez against Youkilis. When we get back, stay right here. From the skipper on WB Mason presents the Joe Girardi Show. Joe recaps the past week's series and gives his thoughts on this rematch with the Red Sox. It's the Joe Girardi Show tonight after the postgame, and all new Sunday at 7:30, only on Yes. Javier Vasquez, who has struggled as a starter. In fairness to him, though, he pitched very well against the Tigers in Detroit in his previous start, but he lost that game 2-0 as the Yankees couldn't do anything offensively. And now he comes in a big spot. Yankees are already down 2 in the top of the 9th, and they want to hold it right here, and he's facing the very dangerous Kevin Youkilis, who's 2 for 4. Last time Yankee fans saw Vasquez come in as a reliever in pinstripes, it wasn't very good in the 2004 ALCS Game 7. He gave up the grand slam to Johnny Damon. There's a strike. I also wonder if bringing him in here precludes the Yankees from using him on Friday against the Mets, which is his scheduled start.
Might depend on how many pitches he actually has to throw.
Breaking ball strike. Youkilis is 3 for 7 lifetime against Vasquez. 3 for 17 lifetime against Vasquez.
Bobby coming out of the bullpen throwing strikes. A good first pitch slider, second pitch curveball.
First and third, 2 outs. And the 0-2. 1-2. Vasquez's pride has to be hurt just a bit. Skipped over that start he was supposed to have at Fenway Park on Friday. Then skipped over for what should have been his start either today or tomorrow, because he and Phil Hughes started each ends of a doubleheader. And he pitched well in Detroit. And he pitches well right there, coming in out of the pen to strike out Kevin Youkilis. And that's got to buoy his spirits quite a bit. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. Do the Yankees have a rally in their bones? We go to the bottom of the 9th. Yes, is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. By Blimpie, America's Sub Shop. And by Honda. Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer. While the Red Sox go to their closer, trying to nail this down, it's Jonathan Papelbon. You can see the way the game broke down. Yankees had a 5-0 lead after 1, 6-1 lead after 2. And then it was all frittered away, and now they're trailing 9-7 and their first comeback after 8 innings this year. Last year they had 5 wins when trailing after 8. This year, 0 in 12 chances. Those are Papelbon's numbers.
Walk total maybe a little higher than he would like. 9 and 18 in the 3rd innings. So 19 base runners and 18 in the 3rd innings for Jonathan Papelbon.
Gardner, Teixeira, and Rodriguez. 2, 3, and 4 in the Yankee order. They need 2 runs to tie. 3 runs to win. And a strike.
Papelbon pitched on Saturday and threw 2 1/3 scoreless innings of relief. Unusual for a closer to go that long.
That was against the Tigers.
Maybe a little fatigue here 2 days later. See how his stuff looks.
Overthrew that one and just clocked 92.
Brett Gardner just trying to find a way to get on, and great numbers against Papelbon, 3 for 3.
Won a game against Papelbon with a base hit up the middle. And the count 2-1. Yankees just love Gardner to get on. Then they got 2 chances with Teixeira and A-Rod, their 2 big guns, to try to tie the game with 1 swing. And then after that, Cano.
Early indications, velocity not there for Papelbon. 91 miles an hour, that last fastball. Used to seeing him throw a little bit harder than that.
2-1. 3-1. Against the Yankees, the numbers are not good for Papelbon. Yes, he has 11 saves, but 0-4 with a 3.69 ERA. Those are under his career numbers. And the 3-1. Right down the middle, 3-2.
It's a good take right there from Brett Gardner. Make Papelbon throw the ball over the plate.
This next pitch should be towards the middle as well.
Three-two. That one is laced into left field, diving, and he can't make the play as Darnell McDonald. Stopping at second with a leadoff double, Brett Gardner. So the Yankees got their wish. They get the leadoff guy on, and now Teixeira and A-Rod get a chance.
Well, he fought the count to 3-2. Papelbon's forced to come in with a strike, and Brett Gardner, who's rapidly becoming the type of hitter, hit the ball all fields. Picks up his second hit of the night, and McDonald stretches out, and the ball goes right over his glove.
Gardner getting ready to hit, looks down at third base, and then serves the ball that way. Here's Teixeira. 0 for 7 lifetime against Papelbon. Papelbon's finding some more velocity now. That was 96.
A little adrenaline kicking in. Best fastball we've seen so far in this inning from Papelbon.
The 0-1. 1-1. Tonight, Teixeira 1 for 3. Walked and scored in the first. Doubled in a run in the second. Popped at third and then fouled out to Pedroia down the right field line. Gardner leads off second. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth. Yankees down 2. That one's driven into right field. Drew is there. He's going to make the catch. Tagging and moving to third is Gardner. So well struck by Teixeira, but didn't get enough. Let's take a look at the pitch-by-pitch of that at-bat, brought to you by Suzuki Kazashi.
First pitch is the best fastball Papelbon has thrown in this inning, right by Mark Teixeira. Misses one up and away, and then Mark gets another fastball up, maybe off the end of the bat just a little bit. Good swing, just didn't center it. Fly ball to right field.
And you see how he had to reach for it just at the very end. It couldn't quite extend enough.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. Papelbon blew a save at Fenway Park against Rodriguez in the rain. Rodriguez hit a home run to right center field. A-Rod's 3 for 11. And that one is driven deep to left center field. Going back, Van Every on the track at the wall. See ya! Alex Rodriguez ties the game. A 2-run home run.
wasting any time, jumps on the first pitch from Papelbon. And that's a long home run to the furthest reaches of the bullpen out in deep left center field. That had plenty of airtime.
.588 home runs lifetime for Alex. His 5th home run of the season. Crowd wants a curtain call. Alex is not doing it. The game's still hanging in the balance. Here's Robinson Cano. And a strike.
Here's a look. Where's the pitch? Target is in. And that's where he got his pitch. And A-Rod was waiting in the weeds for it. And he knew he got it when he touched it off. You don't hit it that well if it stays in the park.
Count 1-1. Well, can the Yankees finish this here in the bottom of the 9th?
Good extension. They've been pitching Alex Rodriguez in all night. It looked like he was looking for it in there. And like you said, Kenny, when he centers it, he's got a pretty good feeling it's going to get out of here. A big home run to tie it up.
Pitch outside, 2-1. So Papelbon's struggles against the Yankees continue.
Michael, you made mention of the fact that not many people had left. You can see why they didn't leave.
Papelbon's first blown save of the year, the 2-1. Took something off that pitch, 2-2. That was a splitter.
Yeah, starting to change it up a little bit. Papelbon always proud of his fastball, attacking hitters. Doesn't have a good one tonight. Going to plan B. Will split finger down and away. Good pitch.
(9-9). What a game here at the stadium. The 2-2. Foul the other way. Well, the Yankees had this one. It was ripped away from them, and now the Red Sox felt they had this one, and it's been ripped away from them. So who will stand at the end of this heavyweight bout? The 2-2. High fly ball, center field. Van Every for the second out.
Another pretty good swing. Every hitter this inning has had a good swing against Papelbon, at least one. That one pitch which he has presented that's been hittable, every time it's been a pretty good swing at it. This time Cano got a little underneath it, didn't drive it. It's a long way out to center field.
Here's Cervelli with 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th inning. Game tied at 9.
No Posada pinch hitting.
Hot shot. Foul. Posada has an injured foot after fouling a ball off his foot yesterday.
Joe Girardi said he'd be a game-time decision whether he'd be available to pinch hit.
I think if he's going to pinch hit, it's going to be for somebody other than Cervelli because it'd be tough for him to catch.
Now, Posada got hurt yesterday catching. There was a foul ball off his foot. It wasn't that he hit the foul ball. It was a foul ball off his foot while he was catching. And that's why he didn't play today and hasn't been used.
Look out.
Now he might have to be used as Cervelli goes down, and he's not happy. So hit by a pitch, Francisco Cervelli. And he just said to Girardi, I'm all right.
I think he knows the deal, that he's the only catcher really available for the Yankees tonight. He's going to take one off the tricep.
Well, he has some history with this, wearing that big helmet, because he's taken some shots off the head. Anytime it comes up and in, you're not going to be real happy about it.
Jonathan Papelbon had converted his last 22 straight save opportunities dating back to July 30th of last year. That was the longest streak of his career. So that home run by Alex snaps that. Now the Yankees would like to complete it. And here's Marcus Thames. Thames, not a great hitter against right-handers, but he can turn around a fastball. He struck out against Bard, leading off the 8th. He'll be sitting dead red right here. That one's still deep to left. There it goes. See ya! A walk-off, 2-run home run by Marcus Thames, and the Yankees have come all the way back to win it 11-9. That is the second walk-off home run for Marcus Thames. An awful night for Jonathan Papelbon, and the Yankees score 4 runs on 3 hits, 2 home runs in the 9th to pull victory from the jaws of defeat.
I think there's a pie on order somewhere.
Well, Marcus Thames, the hero, he sits dead red, and it was gone on contact. And then he started hustling around the bases, wanted to get home, and he also wanted to talk to Kimberly Jones, and that's what he's doing right now.
That's right, Michael. Marcus, tell me about this moment right now. You're a Yankee again now, Marcus.
Yeah, it feels great. I came in today and worked on some stuff with K Long, and I just had to make sure I was getting ready, and I wasn't getting ready, and I wasn't using my legs as much, and I just had to make sure I got myself together and don't miss the fastball.
So how did all of that pay off against Papelbon?
He left it right there for me, and that's my first one here at the stadium this year as a Yankee again, and it feels great to get the victory.
What are you guys thinking in the dugout when Alex ties this game?
We got a chance. Anytime we get those guys on and get the big guys up, we always have a chance.
Do you have goosebumps right now?
My heart's just pounding right now. I'm glad we got the win.
How about this moment for you, the pie, as you probably watched on TV all last season, this was the Yankees thing, you get the first one of the year.
I'll take it. It is awesome.
Marcus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael.
A direct hit there by A.J. Burnett, and it is the first pie of the year. Last year there were 15 in the regular season, 2 in the postseason, and Marcus Thames sitting dead red, and he got it, guys, and he does what he does to fastballs. That's what Marcus Thames is here for.
Another look at it. 2 home runs off Jonathan Papelbon in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's a reaction from the bench. Somewhere A.J. Burnett's going for the whipped cream.
And then the celebration around home plate, clearing the spot. Cervelli scores, and here comes Thames. He has to throw the helmet. And he does, lands on home plate, and the game is over.
It's like throwing the corsage.
What an ending for the New York Yankees. This game could have been one of their more disappointing losses, and instead they turned it into an exhilarating win, and they did it against one of the game's best closers Jonathan Papelbon. The home run by Alex Rodriguez gave the opportunity to Marcus Timms, and he certainly took advantage of it. And what do you get? You get a victory, and you get a whipped cream pie in Yes Mo. Looks dramatic in Yes Mo. You know what? It was dramatic in Real Speed as well. We'll be back with the awards and then the postgame.